All right, Natalie, thank you so much. I just want to remind everyone, we've been saying this throughout, as we continue to give you coverage, wall to wall, as we call it here, we're not going off the air as we go through this storm. Just want to remind you the shelter in place survey while you're at home, while you're, not leaving your home, there's an opportunity for you to go and do that. That's at floridadisaster.org/info. It basically just gives first responders an idea of who's in your household in case there's an emergency. It does not mean that they're going to be able to access you and get to you, but it just gives them an idea of who is sheltering in place during this storm.
Okay, we should mention here, hurricane hunters are up in a C-130 right now. We have a meteorologist there who is reporting they've just completed their fourth pass over the eye of the storm. So over the eye of Ian, they should have those results around 9 o'clock tonight to give us more information, climatological data that really helps describe what's going on in this storm. We talk about the eye of the storm going over Cayo Costo down to our south here, and don't think because you are not particularly close to the eye that this might not affect you. It is going to have a widespread impact all across our area with wind, rain, flooding, surge, those kind of things. So while the location was Cayo Costo, where it made landfall with 150 mile an hour winds right now we're looking at, and that was about 45, 50 minutes ago, something like that. Still, the danger is present for a lot of people out there.
All right, we're going to head over to Pinellas Park, where we have Megan Myers, who's on standby. Oh, no, sorry. We have a photo, of downed trees in that area. Why don't we go and take a look at that? This is Pinellas Park. Let's see what this image looks like. I'm told from our producer they're going to pull that up so you can get a look at that. Downed tree in that area. You see there, courtesy of Jessica Epstein. A reminder, too, if you see any images or you can get it and it's safe, go ahead and send that to us. You can just send that to us here at 10 Tampa Bay. But right there, you see a downed tree in Pinellas Park. Happens so easily.
When you consider the saturated soil, Bobby, you consider the wind. We've seen this in a lot of hurricanes over the years, where that wind is just, the sustained wind is so strong that it is impossible for those, particularly those taller trees, to stay up.
Absolutely. You could tell how tall those were just looking at them laying down, but you also could see the root ball come right up out of the ground. And that's with dirt on it, right? That's an indication of just how wet it is, and it was just pulled it right out of the ground. All right, here we go. This is the 310 advisory, which does, at this close, they give you hourly advisories. They did that one because we had landfall at 3:05 p.m. down there in Cayo Costo, just south of Boca Grande, just north of Captiva. There's a little island in the middle there. It's pretty much uninhabited. 940 millibars was the pressure. Just incredible. Right now, the track is going to take it further to the north. It is going to decrease. It has, actually. Now 150 mile per hour winds. It had 155 mile per hour winds. So that's just incredible. Now, here's the track, and I put the line on where the Hurricane Center thinks it's going to go. What happens is when they're spinning like this and they interact with land, it can actually jog a little bit more to the right as the friction on the right side of it slows that side down just a touch. It tends to happen more so on the East Coast because of the way it's spinning, but I wouldn't be surprised if this jogs a little bit further to the right and then kind of off to the northeast like they've got it there. Take a look at the eye. We were talking about that eye wall, and Recon's been out flying through it. You can see right down in there. See that? That's literally sunshine getting down to parts of the island, Cayo Costo, that it actually made landfall on, parts of Captiva as well, and of course Boca Grande saw probably a little bit of sunshine in there. It is starting to fill a little bit. You see that? That trend should continue. That is weakening, and that is good news. That's what we need, but that's what we expect, obviously, as the center itself and all of these thunderstorms is now moving out over land. So we still got a bunch over here, and they're out over the warm water that they use for fuel. So this thing is not slowing down a whole lot right now, but it will decrease in intensity gradually, and more so than what we've seen as we go through tonight because it's over land. So there's the track right now. Look where all the heavy rain is. It's been on this northwest quadrant the whole time that we've been watching it on radar. So that's not really going to change. That will continue to spread that heaviest rain along and to the left of the center. This is the forecast model. So let's go through time. Watch the clock. That's the temperature in Tampa. That's the wind speed in Tampa at that time. So going to stop at 7 o'clock. Sustained winds at a 47 mile per hour range there, right? So winds in the 40s. Tropical storm force winds are 39 to 73. So we've got tropical storm force sustained winds. Look at the heavy rain. Looks very similar to what it does now, doesn't it? And so that's why that track is going to move through eastern Sarasota, Hillsborough, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands, Polk County, Bartow, right over top of you. Very heavy rainfall. Still some very heavy pockets back out to the west. Less as you get back towards the beaches of Pinellas County. There's actually more rain, I would say, in Tampa and West Chase, Carrollwood than what you would see out in Dunedin. Not a whole lot more, but certainly there'll be more inland locations because of that. Now let's go through about 11:30 tonight. Still some heavy rain bands coming in. The core of the rain, though, and you don't see, there are the winds, but you don't see an eye shaped on the radar there because it's weakening. It's less organized. It's over land now, and that brings the winds down with it as that happens. So this is about 11:30. We've got winds in Tampa now out of the north at 45 miles per hour, and so that's when we've seen a lot of northeasterly winds across most of Tampa Bay area, right? That wind is going to change direction as we get into tonight. It's going to go to the north, and then eventually it's actually going to come around to the north-northwest. So depending on how your house sits, if you've got concerns on one side of the house or the other, when the wind shift occurs, then you may have other problems, or you may get rid of the problem that you have right now. Like if you don't want an easterly wind, there's some trees there, it might fall on your house. That's going to change. It's going to turn to the north, and so you'll feel better by tonight. But know what quadrant of your house, if you will, has issues, and then you can follow along on the forecast and figure out when's you really need to watch it. This is 3:30 in the morning, and basically you can see that the winds are turning around to the north and the northwest. But look at how much of the rain is dried up by middle of the night tonight, right? Drier air getting into the back side of this storm. And that all helps with the weakening as well, too. Look at that. That's by mid-morning tomorrow. Most of this is out of here. But look what it does. This is 9 o'clock Thursday evening, tomorrow evening. Center out over here east of Jacksonville. Rain up and down the Carolinas. Tornado threat there as well, too. Now, a potential landfall, maybe near Charleston, but Myrtle Beach is right in there. Wilmington, Wrightsville, right there. Then you've got, of course, eastern North Carolina. And look at the rain going all the way up to D.C. by tomorrow night around midnight. The heaviest rain will be in the Carolinas, and then you can see this band that's out here will have very heavy rain in it, and that will likely have a couple tornadoes in it moving up towards Virginia Beach, Norfolk area, as we get into Friday afternoon and into the evening hours. And then this thing will sit there actually for a little while and try to rain itself off as it moves up into West Virginia. So this is going to affect a lot of folks across the southeast. Storm surge issue in here would be generally a few feet, maybe 4 feet in some locations. Most of these East Coast beaches can handle that type of storm surge. The winds there really won't be 40, 50 miles per hour, if that. And so that's doable. They can handle that. This is the rainfall totals for us. And again, I think most areas, central and eastern Hillsborough County, eastern Pasco, most of Manatee and Sarasota County, 8 to 12 inches. All right, that's just widespread. A little less, certainly, as you move to the south and the east. And, of course, less as you work your way back out towards the coast. But there will be some areas in there, again, on the north side of that eye wall. You can see the model clearly sees it, right? That strip right there, there's Bartow, there's Lakeland, there's Winter Haven, there's Disney, right? There's Orlando. 15 to 20 inches of rainfall easily possible in those locations. So that's where we're going to watch for the flash flooding especially. All of this water has to run off into the rivers, and all of those rivers will be swelling for the next several days. We have some really nice weather, mid-80s and low humidity through the weekend and into most of next week. But we're going to have river flood warnings, and we're going to have, I think, in some locations, some evacuations because of those folks that live right along the river. It's going to swell so much. We're going to see some really high flood stages. But that's the rainfall forecast that goes through the next 24 to 36 hours or so. Notice we're not seeing much at all when you work your way up towards the Big Bend area and, of course, towards Crystal River. All right, those are the winds that we're seeing now. Gusts recently to 64 miles per hour. Let me see what Rich handed me this. 52,000 TECO customers without power. Rich, thank you for writing it nice and big. I don't have my glasses. I can see. Punta Gorda, 124 mile per hour wind gusts in Punta Gorda. I mean, we had 126 earlier at Fort Myers. Was it Fort Myers? Fort Myers Beach. That we had 120. Pine Island, just north of there. It was Pine Island was 126.
St. Pete
but
is 80 right now.
80 mile per hour gusts in St. Pete. In fact, I might have that on here, my next slide here. Let's see if I can get to that. Yeah, the wind gusts are really starting to pick up. Now, as I mentioned, with it moving onshore and those winds around the center decreasing, the winds around the outside are going to increase for everybody. Most of those will be tropical storm force, but that's what you're going to notice this afternoon. 30 in Tampa with a gust of 64. Zephyr Hills, we've got 26, but a gust of 43. Clearwater now gusting to 59, and when the Clearwater gust is out of the northeast, So some water up against the back side of the island, but not a terrible amount of surge threat for that, but literally blowing offshore. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in St. Pete officially from this one, but you just said 80, Rich. Just came in with 80, and close to that down in Venice. Venice is going to see some of the higher gusts that we're going to see as the center pushes right up on shore of it. So here's those forecast winds again. We're going to go into the mid-40s, sustained winds throughout the afternoon. You can see the wind change, northeast through 8 o'clock. This is for Tampa, north midnight. So it's after midnight that we start to turn that on shore just a little bit. Actually, probably about 4 or 5 in the morning than anything else. And then as we go through Thursday, as the rain is coming down, so are the winds. And this is nothing right now, 30-mile-per-hour wind, something like that, with gusts a little bit higher than that. And then certainly everything calming down by tomorrow afternoon. Guys?
Want to bring you back here. Dave Wagner along now with Courtney Robinson. We're kind of moving in and out here a little bit, so people have a chance to take a bit of a break. We want to welcome you back to our continuing coverage here of Hurricane Ian. As you can tell, this is a widespread storm affecting a lot of parts of the area. While it did make landfall at Cayo Costa, the impact is being felt all across the state and will for many, many hours, actually many, many days.
150 miles per hour Category 4 storm. You know, we heard from Governor Ron DeSantis earlier talking about Charlie, and Charlie being a fraction of the size of this storm. And of course, here in the Bay Area, we are going to feel the impacts of Hurricane Ian, and you need to be prepared. Mayor Castor saying if you were in evacuation zone A, which is right along Bayshore Boulevard and all around, you know, the perimeter, zone B, mandatory evacuations, don't go back. Stay where you are. Do not come back, because they got to get people in place, and we're still going to deal with flooding. Speaking of Bayshore Boulevard, we do want to go to Megan Myers, because we're seeing, of course, the water that has been sucked out of the bay. Megan there along Bayshore Boulevard for us. Megan.
Well, yeah, right now we are right along Bayshore Boulevard, and right behind me, if you take a look, this area is normally filled up with water, but as you can see, that is not the case right now. Now, if you've lived here in our area for a few years, you probably think, hey, this looks a little familiar. That's because this is exactly what we saw happen with Hurricane Irma back in 2017. Now, this is often referred to as reverse storm surge. It happens when the winds push that water away from the coast. Now, don't worry, the water is going to come back. But in the meantime, the National Weather Service says that they do not want you to walk out on this land. They want to make sure that you're staying safe and keeping your distance. Now, when it comes to what we're feeling out here in Tampa, the wind is kind of coming and going. We do feel some strong gusts come, and then things get pretty calm as well, like we're feeling right now. And we're also seeing the same thing happen with the rain. It's kind of been on and off. We've been seeing some hard rain and then back to some sprinkles like we're feeling now. Now, of course, it is important to make sure, as Courtney mentioned, that you are listening to those officials. The City of Tampa officials say if you don't have to be outside, they want you to stay inside and hunker down. They want you to make sure you're taking this seriously and you are hunkering down inside of your home. They don't want you to be out on those roadways. Now, of course, we are going to stay out here and we'll keep you monitored and informed as soon as we learn any new information. I'm reporting live from Bayshore Boulevard. Megan Myers, 10 Tampa Bay.
Hey, Megan, I'm curious because we saw this, of course, happen during Hurricane Irma as well. And I know I saw pictures earlier of people, you know, going down on those steps that are along Bayshore Boulevard, ones at Rome and Bayshore, people walking down and walking all out onto the bay. Have you seen people doing that?
So thankfully, we have not, and that is a good thing. We have been seeing some people walking out here on Bayshore, taking some photos, which of course officials are saying they don't want you to do. They say you should be hunkering down inside of your home right now. But thankfully, Courtney, we have not seen anyone out walking on this land, which of course is a good thing, because that's exactly what officials say you should not be doing.
Yeah, there's just so many uncertainties right now.
And that water's going to come right back in.
Sure, and there's always the danger of down power lines and those kind of things, which is really dangerous if you're walking around areas with that. We do have a map right here of some down power lines, give you a sense as just how bad it is out there right now in terms of power, lack of power for many folks. At one point, and I'm not sure if we have the very latest, but we were like 900 plus thousand customers in the state of Florida without power.
This is from Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office showing us these down power lines, and you can see near, this is, Manhattan Drive right there in the Citrus Park area near the Citrus Park Mall. So down power lines right here. And that's a really big concern because first of all, they could be live, but what we've also seen happen, specifically, we were seeing this in Southwest Florida, coming from Naples Fire Rescue. When these power lines come down or a transformer blows or something, this can also cause fires.
Right.
And it is really, really, really serious. So it's important to be aware of that. And of course, when we have water as well, bad combination.
Yeah, this is an area of high concentration. A lot of people live in this area, very popular area to live in. So, and it's close to the Citrus Park town center there. Very busy road, very busy area. So try as best you can to avoid that right now as they work on down power lines.
Yeah, and I mean, remember, look, as I was even driving in, and Dave, you may have experienced this as well, we're starting to, and we saw this too with Aaron and Lakeland, we're starting to see some debris come down, some of the limbs, different things that are coming into the road, and as these winds start to pick up in our area, which of course our meteorologists are talking about, as we start to see that happen, the winds, we're going to start to see more trees, and then of course that impacting the power lines as well. And I know before the storm they were doing what they could to get the trees away
trimmed,
from the lines.
Yeah, but there's only so much you can do actually there. And keep in mind that if there is a lull, that does not mean the storm is over by any stretch of the imagination. So when you get a lull in the storm, it doesn't mean, let's hop in the car and go see what's going on.
We have crews out for you.
Yeah, we're trying to do our best to bring you those pictures as best we can. And again, our crews are in safe positions that we have really worked to make sure that protect them. But when you're out there on the roads, it's a different story. Let's go right now to Natalie Ferrari, meteorologist, who is keeping an eye on things for us right now. Now is not the time, Natalie, to go outside.
I'm so glad you bring this up because we have crews positioned out there. We have crews that have us. Hour by hour, we're able to give them those latest updates and tell them where it's safe and when it's time for them to move indoors. Courtney, Dave, you guys mentioned it perfectly. This also comes in waves, not only when it comes to the rain, but that wind. It does die down for a second, but immediately after, look at this. You could be talking about 70-mile-per-hour gusts. You could get those gusts to kick up near 80, 90. That is dangerous, not only for you to be standing out there, but really for debris to potentially hurt you, to hit you. So we are protecting ourselves, we're protecting our crew, of course, and we're trying to keep you guys safe and indoors as much as possible. You can see that not everyone is dealing with the same impact. So when you hear us saying 70, 80, 90 mile per hour gusts being observed, then you got some spots probably up in Hernando and Citrus that you're seeing those trees shake, but gusts have been maybe 20, 30, 40 miles per hour. But notice how as you sink closer to the I-4 corridor and then make your way down mainly through our coastal counties and now pushing into Hardy, DeSoto, we're getting some of those deep purples in there. And that is some very strong wind speeds that are not only exceeding tropical storm force gusts, but we're talking about hurricane conditions as well. Let's go ahead and move this forward because I want to take you through the forecast when it comes through the next couple of hours for our Wednesday, really through the rest of this afternoon. Again, there's the center. It's going to be sneaking its way just south of Sarasota County, but then continuing to push up through portions of DeSoto, nearing up towards Hardy as well. But look at those winds that are just going to be wrapping around it. So those wind speeds easily through some of our big hot spots will be staying on the high side. I focused that the highest winds will be pushing again right along that eye wall, and it does drop down a little bit, but there's going to be bands, as mentioned, where those wind speeds do pick up a little higher. So again, those will be sustained. I do think gusts will be hitting a little bit higher than that as we go through not only tonight, but into tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, it's still going to be a decent breeze that is going to be holding on tightly, especially as the center of this pushes off to the northeast towards the northeastern portions, not only of the state, but even along the coastline. But we'll also see the back end of this, that wind that will just wrap around not only the north, but even the northwest, and that will keep rip current risk really holding on steady along a lot of our west coast beaches, really all the way down from portions of Pasco, Hernando, and down into Pinellas as well. Whenever you get those parallel winds to the coastline, those rip current risks are going to be a given, and they really do hold on tightly, especially as we go through the next couple of hours, and really even towards the end of the week as well. We've been talking about this quite a bit, of course, where that eye wall was able to push onshore down towards our southern counties, really just near Captiva. It's Cayo Costa, which is a remote barrier island just immediately north of Captiva. And that continues, again, the core of it pushing through the outer bands, even the effects just around the eye wall, extending a way away from that. And there's been a wiggle even as this system has been making its way on shore. But notice how it will continue to kind of trek its way a little bit to the north and then veer more so to the northeast, taking those winds with it. And we'll also notice as we go through the next couple of hours, we'll also see eventually some of that storm surge receding, but there's going to be intercoastal, which we've already kind of seen in many spots, especially from Fort Myers Beach, even parts of St. Pete Beach. In some spots, a little more extreme than others, but with those winds kind of wrapping around the backside, we've had a little bit of those intercoastal surge concerns as well. So maybe one part of the beach has been free and clear, not dealing with that surge. Meanwhile, the other has been noticing those increasing effects. Now, here's the futurecast continuing to show again the heaviest rainfall pushing right there to the north of the eye wall. But as we trail this through time, you'll see through this afternoon into this evening, man, oh man, we still have very heavy rainfall we're tracking easily through the I-4 corridor, easily through our inland spots. We're tracking incredibly gusty winds. The tornado threat, which is not going to be over just yet. Some of these squall lines could prompt some tornadoes as well as that flash flooding concern. But this model is really pushing this storm on its way through the central portions of the state and back up to the northeast. And then we'll notice how not only conditions improve on the backside, but a little bit of dry air helps to make things feel just a bit more comfortable, guys.
And of course, we are obviously watching Ian coming on land at Cayo Costa, which is a really small island just north of Captiva, just south of Boca Grande. And, this is an area where a lot of people like to visit. Not a lot of people live there,
Right.
but still devastating. I know Captiva and Sanibel as well, hearing from people just the conditions there and the damage that we will see as they're able to finally get out there.
Captiva and Sanibel, it's such a narrow strip of land as you drive out there, so you can see just how vulnerable they are.
It's my favorite place.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place, and we hope it remains beautiful. We know there's a whole lot going on, and we're throwing a lot at you, and we appreciate you being with us here on 10 Tampa Bay, trying to bring you the most up-to-the-minute information so you have a sense as to what's coming next with this storm. It's going to be going on for a long time. As long as you feel like you're in a good, safe place, you don't need to move, and hopefully you're safe. And we've reached a point where you don't want to move. It's just too dangerous to do that. Let's go right now, if we can, to Jenna Bourne. She has been in downtown St. Petersburg, near the pier here. Jenna, what do you have for us?
I'm in downtown St. Pete near the pier where the winds are really picking up out here. Now, when we were out here last night, the water was lapping up, splashing against this wall here. Take a look at it now. It's really receded as Hurricane Ian has come closer to us. We are expecting storm surge, though. Right now here in Pinellas County, we're told that 4,500 people are in shelters, and their biggest concerns are high winds, storm surge, and tornadoes. Reporting in downtown St. Pete, Jenna Bourne, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, and we're seeing what's happening there in St. Pete right now. We also want to see what's happening just across the bridges in the West Shore area of Tampa. Angelina Salcido is there for us live. Angie, what are you seeing out there? The wind's obviously kicking up.
Courtney, this is all just happening literally within the past few minutes or so. The West Shore area, about 10 minutes from downtown, just this way, about 5 minutes, is the Tampa International Airport. These conditions right now is the whole reason why the Tampa International Airport suspended service yesterday to get ahead of Hurricane Ian and the impacts that we're going to be seeing here. Currently, we're seeing high wind speeds. We're also seeing the rain. If Carter pans a little bit back so that you guys can start to see some of the effects here of the rain. There's actually a storm drain that is in the back of this parking lot. It's not retaining any of the water or taking that down, so we're starting to see a little bit of flooding there. Carter, pan a little bit back for me as well so that you can see a downed palm tree that is down there So here in the West Shore area, just starting to see what this is going to look like, what the impacts are going to look like throughout the day. And this is going to change as we head into the evening as well, because the wind speeds are going to pick up. The rain is also going to pick up. Note this area is one that is prone to flooding as well. So we'll be out here, of course, here in the West Shore area, making sure that we keep you guys informed. We have barely seen any cars driving in this area. The only cars that we have seen have been Tampa police officers here. That is key, because Mayor Jane Castor has told people to try to stay off of the roads, stay inside of their homes, and don't venture out to try and take a look at what it looks like, because we're not seeing heavy impacts from Hurricane Ian right now. We want everyone to make sure that they are safe. We are out here so that you guys do not have to be out here. We want to make sure that we keep you informed, obviously let you know what's going on. Mayor Jane Castor is going to be having a press conference to update you about the city of Tampa, what they're doing to make sure that we brace ourselves for these impacts from Hurricane Ian, and that everyone's taken care of as well. For now, we're sending it back to you guys in studio. We'll be out here throughout the night, letting you guys know what it looks like out here in Tampa.
And Angie, I know that you all have been, driving around just a little bit. As you said, you haven't seen other cars out there, just TPD, which is really, really wonderful. I just asked our meteorologist, Natalie Ferrari, is this more of a wind event at this point? She says still rain, rain, rain. And I'm curious, there's that small tree that's there behind you. But as you all have been driving around, the ground's so saturated, the concern is trees coming down. Have you seen trees down in other areas of Tampa?
We haven't seen trees down in our areas here locally. Keep in mind that where we're located is actually by a whole bunch of businesses. So yes, just like the parking lot that I'm in right now, obviously you see the palm trees that they have kind of as decoration, but we're not in a highly vegetative area. But if we do see that later on today, that of course is going to be a concern. And that's why they ask people to stay home, right? Because whenever you have trees in neighborhoods, you never know what that is going to look like with the ground being so saturated, us seeing they can obviously be uprooted, fall down, and so we just want everyone to make sure that they are safe out from trees, any potential impacts that we could see later on today.
Yeah, and certainly that water can rise very quickly, so you got to be very careful as you go down the street. Again, it sounds a little cliche, but you do not want to drive through water of unknown depths. It is really tremendously dangerous, and it comes to a point where your car can be picked up and
6
just
inches
taken away. Yeah,
we've seen all of that. A lot of the emergency officials sharing those images. It just takes 6 inches for most vehicles. Not only that, when we talk about driving around, we are going to start to see trees coming down and different things. Sure. We saw in Pinellas Park that large tree that came down. Mm-hmm. In a few minutes, we're expecting to hear from Mayor Ken Welch as well, just to get an update on what the conditions are in St. Pete. So when we see that he is available, we will take you live there.
Yeah, and we should mention, parts of St. Pete, Shore Acres and others flood during even high tide sometimes. So, those are really vulnerable areas, and we're certainly thinking about those people in vulnerable areas right now.
Hopefully they're out.
We hope they're in a safe place right now, but we do know that some people stay, and some people, it's not a good idea, but some people for various reasons, because it's expensive to move to another location, don't feel like they can, people who are sick or worried about their pets, just all kinds of reasons for not going, or fearful that after the storm, people come in and loot their home. So there are reasons to do it. I would argue that none of them probably are worth risking your life, but at this point, hopefully you're hunkered down and are safe, and just stay there for now, okay? Just make sure you're safe. And
if you are watching, though, and you are someone who was in a zone that was evacuated and you chose to stay, the governor of the state, and really all emergency officials have asked that if you are able to let them know where you are, so that during or after the storm, they can check in on you. You can go to FloridaDisaster.org/info, and there's a survey link there. You click that. They can't promise that they're going to come to you, but at least they'll know where you are, and afterward they can start to assess and make sure that people are okay.
We want to take people to Riverview, some video that we have from Riverview here, give you a sense what it looks like there right now. Again, this is a a really growing area with a lot of new development in the Riverview area, and you see someone shooting through. We appreciate the Mackenzie Burkett for sending this. We really do appreciate you sending this, and it looks like you're in a protected area. So this is the wife of one of our producers here, and we really appreciate the video. You see the wind, the rain, pretty typical stuff for right now. That wind is intensifying in some areas. The rain is becoming more and more heavy. We saw earlier from one of our reporters on a balcony above downtown Tampa just how intense the rain is getting. So it does come in sheets, and it will get worse before it gets better.
And you know, I was concerned about the wind and reaching out. You know, Natalie said earlier. They're here, obviously, and they're able to give us information. And so I was concerned about the wind and driving in and that sort of thing. And I was watching, you know, out through the window where we were staying and seeing it would stop and be nice and calm, and then you'd see the wind kind of pick up and the rain would come in. So as they've said, it is kind of just coming in those waves. And so you see right there from Riverview, right there with one of those bands that has come through.
We certainly are thinking about people out there right now. We know it's a difficult position to be in. We all have families. We're all concerned about our own families as well. We're here. We're in a protected place. We're in a remote site because
we're not at the studio.
No, our television station is directly on Tampa Bay, the inland waters of Tampa Bay. So we needed to make sure that we were safe. So we evacuated to another place.
Just off Hillsborough Avenue?
Yep, not far from the fairgrounds, really. And it's a great place. We're happy to be here. We're on dry ground and in a safe location. We hope you are too. We know it's paramount that your family is safe.
Well, we're here. We want to make sure that we walk you through this every step of the way, keep you informed, prepared, and connected. And our chief meteorologist, Bobby Deskins, has been doing that really around the clock. I don't know when you sleep, my friend.
A little bit. You can't. This is the Super Bowl. You don't sleep when you're a weather guy. But our team has been incredible, swapping out a little bit. We've 3 in, 3 out, and nobody wants to go home, so kind of overlapping here a little bit. But bringing in a lot of data here. Rich is going to come in a minute here and read off some numbers. We've got some higher wind gusts starting to come in now for St. Pete area, for Sarasota, and again, we expected this. Do you have some of those?
Yeah, we're talking about Tampa International gusts now at 63 miles an hour. Sarasota Bradenton 95-mile-an-hour gusts, and Fort Myers at 95-mile-an-hour gusts. Yeah,
so those winds will pick up. Steady winds will pick up, but those gusts will pick up. And then when these lines, see the yellow here? That's higher reflectivity. This is radar looking at the rain, and it sees heavier rain in that. Those are heavier showers and storms, some lightning in there, but not a lot. But they are the ones that will bring more wind than anything else with them. Now, speaking of lightning, there's a guy that flies out on the Hurricane Hunters out of Lakeland Linder. It's called the NOAA flights, right? They've got 2 planes. They've got Kermit and Miss Piggy, okay? He was flying on Kermit just recently, and they just went through this. And the video that he posted shows incredible amounts of lightning as they were punching the eye wall. That's what it's called when they fly right through the eye wall. He says in his 6 years flying on those planes, this is the roughest flight they've ever had. And that thing is just bouncing. And you know the new phones kind of smooth things out as well too. But you can clearly tell that they were bouncing. And that was the visible satellite with the lightning as it was coming onshore. Now, landfall happened today at Cayo Costa, Category 4, 150 mile per hour winds, 940 millibars. So we went back and we were kind of looking at some of the storms that you may remember, right? Ian and Charlie, 150 mile per hour winds at landfall. We had Irma, 2017, that was down in the Keys, 130. Wilma was 2005, that was 120 miles per hour. And Easy back in 1950 was 120. Remember, we had Donna down south in 1960 as well, too. You're not going to believe the comparisons between Charlie and Ian. So this here is Charlie. Do I need to go to you guys now? Is that what they're saying? Okay, yeah, you know what? We've got Mayor Welch from St. Pete. Let's go right there now. We're getting them. We're going to get the mayor right now. He should be talking. I don't want to step on him, so I'm going to go ahead and just wait till he comes up until we
And we're experiencing power outages throughout the city of St. Petersburg. We ask you to stay at home, be safe tonight, and at first daybreak tomorrow, St. Pete Fire and St. Pete PD and our St. Pete employees will go out and assess first damages, fallen trees, down power lines, and make that first push to clear our roads and restore power so that our first responders can begin to move to normalcy. That would allow Duke Energy as well to get out and start restoring power to our community. But for tonight, please stay at home and please stay safe. Continue to monitor the storm progress at stpeteprepares.com, city channels, and news reports for the latest information. Now, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to respond, and I'd ask you to raise your hand through Zoom. I think the first question is from Telemundo. We can promote them and ask them to
Yes,
go
my
ahead.
name is Natalia Fernandez from Telemundo, and I wanted to know if you have rescued any people from outside, and how have you responded from power lines down, and if you have had any emergency during this time.
So I think the question was, have we made any rescues, and an update on the power line issue? Chiefs?
There hasn't been any specific rescues that have been associated to the storm. We are responding to quite a few power lines that are, sparking. People are calling them in. It would be expected that there's a lot of them down. Tree limbs are knocking them down. So we are finding a lot of those and responding to those, but no particular rescue at this time.
Thank you. Next question. Oh, a hand raised from Mitch. We can promote Mitch. Mitch, please go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor. Specifically, do you know how many people right now in St. Pete do not have power?
I do not have that number, but I know Duke on their outage website does have that number for the entire county.
Sure, okay, thanks.
I'm told it's over 60,000, Mitch.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you all so much for covering this. And remember, please shelter in place for tonight. Be safe. Thank you.
Talking about the hearing from Mayor Ken Welch with St. Pete and talking about the power outages in St. Pete, saying 60,000 plus without power. And that's why we say charge, 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 charge. Hopefully you're able to be with us, watching us via the 10 Tampa Bay app, or however you're able to join us. But again, Mayor Welch saying shelter in place because at daybreak tomorrow, they are going to go out, St. Pete Fire, St. Pete PD, they're going to check on everything, fallen trees, they're going to clear those roadways, and then they'll let you know when it's safe. Good news, no rescues related to this storm so far. Please stay inside. And then, just some sparking power lines. That's why we've let you know when we've seen those downed lines.
Yeah, St. Pete, one of the most beautiful cities in the country. Unfortunately, it's also kind of a vulnerable city in terms of location, proximity to the water. Certainly those neighborhoods on the northeast side of St. Pete are really vulnerable, Bobby.
Yeah, absolutely, to storm surge, right? And that was the immediate concern and the reason why we're not even at our station right now, right? We're at our backup facility because that was going to be a super high storm surge issue for us. But because it went to our south, it dropped. Before we went to Mayor Welch, I was showing you this comparison between Ian that we're dealing with now and Hurricane Charlie back in 2004. That is Charlie, right? The thick line is Charlie. The thin line is Ian. Very similar, and it gets even worse. Watch this. This is when it came across Cuba. You can see where Charlie went. Look down here. Punta Gorda, obviously remember where Punta Gorda, what Charlie went in there. Remember, though, Charlie was supposed to come in right around Tampa. And look what happened. It basically went very similar. Ian went in right here. Charlie went in right in here. Very, very similar. And in fact, it's also taken off to the north and the east. Very, very similar as well, too. There's Charlie right across central Polk County. Almost exactly the same setup for this one. Although it looks like Ian will turn a little bit and come back up into the Carolinas, whereas Charlie did get out of the water and did actually make another landfall just south of Myrtle Beach and then went across eastern North Carolina. It's just wild, wild, wild. And so we were talking about looking at storm chances, thinking, remember Charlie? We thought that we were going to have to evacuate. Some people did. They went to Orlando, and the storm went to the Orlando. Ian's doing the exact same thing here. So pretty eerie that we've got such a big difference, such a similar setup here. The only difference really is when we get up into the Carolinas. All right, so take a look at the history of Ian. These are the winds that we've seen from it, basically going back to Tuesday morning. And you can see we hovered in that 120, 125 range for some time. It was forecast to go to 130 to 140, but then all of a sudden it jumped up early this morning to 155 and made landfall at 150, but is now coming back down. So winds are actually now down to 145, so it is getting a little bit better. As far as the watches and warnings go, hurricane warnings for most of our area, except for Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus County. That's where we have the tropical storm warnings in effect. But you can see the hurricane warnings going all the way up through Orlando, all the way up and west of the Space Coast, including the Space Coast right now. Further south and east, you got Fort Pierce, West Palm, down to Miami. They have a tropical storm warning where they can see some of the higher winds. They actually can see some of these pretty good thunderstorms too. That is a doozy of a line of storms that's off of the Space Coast now. This is the area that we're watching right here. Very, very heavy rainfall. Again, that's going to go up and along to the left of that line. So if you live just along the left of that line or so, east of I-75, that's where we're going to get the heaviest rainfall. So be prepared for some flooding if we end up getting anything like that.
Hey, Bobby, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Because, we were really focused, obviously we've shifted focus throughout this entire coverage, but on Manatee County and Sarasota, looking at that area, are we talking about wind and rain and surge there still?
No surge for them. Wind and rain, yes. In fact, the highest wind is down in southern Sarasota County. Venice is right there. Venice has got probably 70 to 80 mile per hour winds with gusts a little bit higher than that. We've got 1 million without power now, and a lot of that is in this area here. That's just in the state of Florida, right, Rich?
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Port Charlotte at 110 mile an hour gusts.
Port Charlotte, okay, now that's what I wanted. 110 mile per hour wind gusts in Port Charlotte just now, which is right in here, right? And that's on the top side of that wind. Now, initially, when the storm came, that wind was blowing from the southwest to the northeast over Port Charlotte. That drove all the water up into those areas. That was the surge. Now that wind is blowing from the northeast back to the southwest. So power outages are going to ramp up because damage will be more increasing. It'll be increasing more at a higher rate because of the fact that things are damaged already, but now it's blowing in the opposite direction. So this is really the part of the storm, and this is, I hate to say it, but this is pretty typical for landfalling hurricanes when you get right around the center of it. You get beat up on one side, and then the other side comes and does a number on you just because of the fact that everything's practically broken in the first place. Now, surge is only along the immediate coast. If you're watching from Hardee or DeSoto County, obviously you don't have any water near you, at least the Gulf of Mexico or a bay or anything like that. But flooding from rainfall is what we'll start to turn our attention to as we move through the next 12 to 24 hours. I think after about 24 hours, most of the rain is done. Again, it's along that heaviest part. So it's onshore now. I think it's going to go a little east of this line right here. You can see the center is right there, but I don't think it's moving north-northeast at this point. In fact, they still have it at north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. It looks like it's jogging a little bit more towards the right. 145 mile per hour winds now, so it is starting to decrease. Most of those highest winds are right here offshore. All right, so they will be weakening. But wind gusts about 110, 115. Yeah, southern Sarasota County can be expected. That is just a doozy of one. Now, Wauchula, I think you could have wind gusts 90, 95 mile per hour within the next 3 hours, 4 hours or so, because that eye wall is headed in your direction. The forecast models at this point, you don't really use these, at least not for us, right? The folks in the Carolinas are looking at them. But for us, we know it's going to the northeast. And I'm watching it just to see if it's going to follow that line because the Hurricane Center track does come up a little bit and then over. And I think it's just going to kind of come out towards those redder lines that you have there. Our model that we run here at the station is very similar. It just keeps it going inland as we go through the next 24 hours. And pretty much more of a northeast quadrant, and then it moves over south of Orlando. So there's Orlando. There's where the center is. Right there. This, by the way, is about 11:30 tonight. You can see the heavier rain especially starts to cut off south of I-4 by about 11:30 tonight. That will be welcome for a lot of folks there. One other thing before I let you go, you heard the mayor of St. Pete talking about they're going to assess things. So if you have kids in schools in Hillsborough County, you may have got the call that they're out through Friday. We kind of knew that they were going to be out through Friday. things will improve. Let me show you this. This is early Thursday morning. We still have a lot of wind here. We still have some rain. Thursday afternoon, we'll start to quiet things down. That time, officials will get out to the evacuated areas and they will examine the evacuated areas. If there's lines down, they can't let people back in, right? If there's trees down blocking the roads, obviously you can't get back in. That takes time. So people that have evacuated to go to shelters, which is the reason why schools were closed on Monday, because they needed to set the shelters up, those people technically are likely still in the shelter on Thursday, even though the weather's not that bad, because officials are out trying to make it safe for them to get back in there. So perhaps they get out Thursday afternoon, Thursday evening, they can go home. Some folks that won't be until Friday, so you may still have people in shelters on Friday, and even if you could get everybody out by Thursday, you still have to clean up the schools, and that's going to take through Friday to do that. I think, looking at this forecast, knowing the level of damage that we'll likely see, which I don't think is terrible, certainly nothing like we're going to see down towards Fort Myers, but I think obviously school will be back in, sorry kids, on Monday.
About people trying to go back to their neighborhoods. I remember during Hurricane Katrina, we were trying to get to, after the storm hit, trying to get to an area. We lost 2 of our tires. So there's often a lot of debris, a lot of glass, a lot of things you just don't anticipate that might be in the roads during storms like this that just kind of get blown into the roads and the highways and that kind of thing. So keep that in mind. Also want to let you know, coming up in just about a little more than an hour or so, we're going to hear from the city of Tampa. They are going to hold their emergency briefing at 5:30 today. We will bring that to you live.
A lot of briefings coming in. We're hearing from a lot of our city and county leadership to let you know how things stand, where things are at this point. Bobby earlier was talking about Sarasota, because I asked about Sarasota and Manatee, and he pointed out Venice. Specifically, our Jennifer Titus is live in Sarasota. And earlier, Jen, you were talking about in Venice the concern for the mobile homes in Venice.
Yeah, and that concern you can see right now why, Courtney. Take a look at this wind. These gusts have not stopped all day. You've been saying that these conditions are going to continue to deteriorate, and that is exactly what is happening. Take a look at this tree behind me. Literally is about to uproot any minute. I don't know if you can see there or not, but we have just been watching it continuously just getting bashed by these wind gusts that continue to come in. It's not just the wind, it's the rain, and that's why these mandatory evacuations were put in place for those beach communities, the low-lying communities, the mobile home communities, and why officials are nervous for those people that did not heed the warnings and that they did not evacuate. Down in the city of Venice, at a mobile home community down there, they believe that 50% of the people stayed there, and there's just no protection down there in the communities from this wind that is just really bashing Sarasota County right now. In Manatee County, I just spoke to my 92-year-old grandma. She is without power. My aunt and uncle down on Bee Ridge Road in Sarasota without power. That's just the thousands of people from Sarasota, Manatee County, throughout the Bay Area without power because of this wind and the problems that this wind brings. We've seen major trees uplifted along Sarasota County, and it's why emergency crews are halted right now. There's not safe to be out in these conditions. It's not safe to be out on the roads. People are hunkering down. Those who chose to evacuate, staying at this hotel that we are at, it is full of evacuees, and kind of heartwarming to see at the same time that these hotels have bended the rules. They've left pets in here, lots of pets, lots of people even without rooms just staying here so that they are protected while this storm just blows on through. I mean, literally, I don't remember the sounds or the winds like this for Irma 5 years ago, standing on these exact streets. That's how strong this wind is, and that's why people are so worried about this wind right now and just truly asking people to stay inside. Up in Manatee County, we know 15% of the lift stations are without power. They're asking people to conserve the water, don't flush the toilets if you don't have to, and just really stay inside as this wind continues to gust. And of course, you can see that rain just coming on down, and that rain is also a big worry for people here for once that wind comes, just the sort of flooding that might be here in Sarasota County, in Venice, up here in the Sarasota Bradenton area. It's just continuing to deteriorate
the conditions up here. Everybody just really paying attention to the forecast. They're listening. And again, you know, just preparing really for the worst.
It is, of course, a very seasoned reporter. She has been through many, many hurricanes. When she's saying that the conditions are deteriorating, you need to listen. And really everything that she said applies to every county in our viewing area. If you're just now joining us, I'm Courtney Robinson alongside Dave Wagner. Of course, Hurricane Ian coming on shore in Cayo Costa at 305, 150 mile per hour, Category 4 storm. We just saw Jennifer there in Sarasota, and we also have, you know, she mentioned 50% of a mobile home community they believe did not evacuate in Venice, that they stayed there. Venice is not far from Port Charlotte, where Bobby told us 110 mile per hour gusts.
Yeah, you're looking, this is the Venice fishing pier right here. This is a 700-foot long pier. And you can see the conditions there right now. So this is north of where the hurricane made landfall, Hurricane Ian, as Courtney mentioned, at about 3:05 this afternoon. But the conditions are just horrid there right now. This is such a popular place for people to gather right here. And you just worry and wonder for those who live nearby. And you wonder what they're going to either come home to, and we certainly hope people have gotten out of harm's way.
We certainly do. And of course, you know, we want to make sure that you are able, you know, if you have evacuated and you're here in our neighborhood, we want to make sure that you're able to see what's happening in your area. We know a lot of people came from Southwest Florida up here as well once they realized the shift in the storm had changed and wanted to find a safe place.
This was a hard storm, you know, to know where to go, because you initially thought, oh, it's going to hit the Tampa Bay area, so head south or head to Orlando. And those ended up not necessarily being the safer places because the storm hit to our south and then is going up through Orlando. So it's been a tough one, and all hurricanes are unpredictable.
You know, I live in South Tampa, so a lot of my friends are in Zone A, Zone B, and of course, both of those zones, mandatory evacuations. Plenty of time for people to get out, and people did head in different directions. But we are also seeing, you know, first of all, I would like to say we heard from Mayor Jane Castor earlier, and she said, you know, never would I be thankful that I would be talking about Category 1 conditions for the city of Tampa, but she's thankful for that. And along Bayshore, we've seen people back out and about, and they're asking you please not to do that. We want to get to Megan Myers. She's along Bayshore, and the reason that people are coming out is because of what you see right behind Megan. That's the bottom of the bay, Megan.
Yeah, well, this area is normally filled up with water, Courtney, and if you've lived here for a couple of years, it's probably a similar sight that you saw when Hurricane Irma came in 2017. This is exactly what we saw. It's referred to as reverse storm surge, and it happens when the wind pushes all of that water away from the coast. Now, the water is going to come back, but the experts say you should not be walking on this land. Make sure you're not walking on the land. You actually shouldn't be out here at all. City officials say that they want you to hunker down, stay indoors, do not be outside if you do not need to be. We've actually seen some people stopping by Bayshore to take some videos and pictures, and that's exactly what city officials say they don't want you doing. Now, when it comes to the conditions out here, things are feeling pretty calm. It's kind of coming in waves. You know, we've been seeing it get windy out here. I've had to hold on to my hat. Obviously, right now, things feel a little bit relaxed. It really is going up and down. And when it comes to the rain, that's what we're seeing as well. We are feeling rain, and then a couple minutes later, things will be pretty calm. Obviously, once again, stay inside. Don't come outside if you don't need to. Officials really want to make sure everyone is staying safe and taking things seriously. I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Megan, is your photographer able to turn the camera around and kind of show us exactly where you are right now?
Well, you just saw a car drive right by her, I think, Davis Islands.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we can go ahead and turn and show you guys, as you can see, this is actually the Bayshore area. I'm sure plenty of you at home have gone for walks, gone for runs out on this walkway here. And if we can kind of turn even further this way, you can see that's actually Bayshore Boulevard. We are actually seeing some cars driving out here, which obviously Mayor Castor said she doesn't want to see. If you don't have to be out on the roadways, don't come out here. Make sure you're hunkering down, staying inside. We are actually right near Tampa General Hospital as well, for those of you who know where that is. And once again, the conditions out here are kind of coming and going. We're feeling that wind, we're feeling that rain, but things are getting calm and then they're kind of intensifying. So it's just important to make sure that all of us are staying safe. We're listening to those local officials, and we are making sure that we're hunkering down and you're not outside if you don't need to be. Once again, as you can see, the wind's starting to pick up a little bit more, but we're going to be monitoring these conditions for you out here in Tampa.
And you can see Megan is in a safe space, right? She's blocked off with the concrete right there. I want to take you down to Naples because this is an area where we have seen an intense amount of storm surge, a lot of flooding. In fact, the city of Naples putting in a citywide curfew. All right, so here you see a home, a parking garage, and we heard about this because there's one of the Wink News vehicles at CBS affiliate down in Southwest Florida. You can see in this parking garage where people probably thought, oh, I'm going to be safe, protected from flying debris. That water now going up to the doors, in some cases above the vehicles. And Naples Fire Rescue, they had put that on their Facebook page as well as the city. Oh, look at that right there. Just heartbreaking. Yeah. To see that and to think also that there may be people who were not able to.
Well, there are lights on in some of the cars there, and that's what's really concerning, were there people in those cars when this happened. Hopefully they got out. Hopefully they're doing fine. But this is the real danger of Hurricane Ian is the flooding, the danger of flooding, the storm surge, because without trying to scare you at all, more people die in storm surge than anything else in these hurricanes.
After the storm as well, which is why we've been warning you, hey, please stay inside. Listen, I want to get you to Sarah Rosario in Hernando County. This was an area where we were also very concerned, especially west of US 19. Sarah, show us what you're seeing. All right, we're having some problems hearing Sarah. You know, this happens during our coverage.
It's a hurricane, and water and equipment, television equipment in particular, doesn't always work well in this. We're fortunate these days in covering storms because we have these portable, transmitters that we are able to broadcast from areas that years ago we might have had to have a live truck. So now we've got these, we can broadcast from our phone too. Yeah. So there are ways that we can bring you pictures that we have not been able to in the past. We hope you stay with us. We'll bring this to you just as soon as we get anything on. So let's take a look here. Wesley Chapel. There is some flooding in Wesley Chapel. This does not show us much, as best I can tell.
I don't think that looks like a. Here we go. It's starting to move now.
Okay.
All right, there you
go.
Well,
this is more.
Oh, this is Sarah.
Some of those conditions just getting worse. So I'm just here in a neighborhood, and already the grass completely saturated. Just looks like obnoxious puddles, but we know that this is only the beginning. It's going to get a lot worse. And when the ground is this wet, and we know we're getting that much more, that's really when you know we're going to have a problem for several days. So I just want to give you a little tour. Again, I'm in a neighborhood in Wesley Chapel, and this is just what people are seeing pretty much everywhere. So we're not even into the worst of it yet, but you already have some of these branches that are down, limbs, some of this debris. You see it over there in the walkway. And again, this is just stuff that when it gets battered over and over because the winds are sustained and then you get the gusts, this is what you're going to start to see. So it's messy. It's sloppy out here. I want to show you around back because there's the trees in the back here that really show you kind of what the winds are doing. And this is what's interesting. The rain is kind of spotty. That's what these hurricanes do. So for a while, they'll be batting down on you. They'll kind of come at you sideways. Those raindrops will hit you pretty hard. And then sometimes you get a little break. So right now, it's a little bit of everything. It is coming down, but it's not the worst that I've seen over the last hour and a half. So here we are right now. Again, wait for it. You'll get a gust when it comes in. It was actually worse about 20.
All right, well, we actually just took a power hit here at our studios just off Hillsborough Avenue. Of course, conditions are changing, and we so appreciate you joining us. I'm Courtney Robinson alongside Dave Wagner. We want to make sure that you're informed, you're prepared, you're connected.
The good thing is we have a backup generator here, so
right.
we have the ability to go on the air. The most important thing and most important information we can bring you is coming from our team of meteorologists, and we want to talk about a team. We have a large team of meteorologists. Bobby Deskins. Bobby, what do you have for us right now?
So I'm going to bring in Rich here because we've got some reports of wind gusts down in Charlotte County, 110 mile per hour. Rich, what was the name of that neighborhood?
Gardens of Gulf Cove, Charlotte County.
Gardens of Gulf Coast neighborhood. We've got multiple reports of roof damage in that area, and we know we had wind gusts about 110 miles per hour in that area. You can see right now we're seeing gusts starting to pick up here in the Tampa Bay area. 75 mile per hour wind gust in St. Pete just recently. That's hurricane force wind gusts in St. Pete. 78 in Sarasota, 82 in Venice. These aren't anything new. We've been seeing this type of wind gusts in these areas for a while now. Lakeland not seeing a whole lot. It's coming. Bartow, same thing. You can see our wind here is showing you that, those wind arrows. We've got 45 mile per hour gusts in Sebring, 38 in Bartow. Here comes that eye wall. It's falling apart, but it is coming up, and it is going to bring those heavier wind gusts with it. And again, we're going to keep this north to northeast wind coming across parts of the Bay Area. There's the eye now. It actually made a second landfall. Natalie, was that Punta Gorda that they said?
South near Pirate Harbor.
Near Pirate Harbor, just south of Punta Gorda. Literally just south of it. Charlie made landfall at Punta Gorda. And what time was that? Was that
4:35.
4:35. Thank you very much, Natalie. So they did the initial one because it was a barrier island out here, Cayo Costa, and then you can see it went up towards the Punta Gorda area. Now, what's going to happen is this rain's going to continue to get heavier. The winds will pick up, and you saw Liz out there saying, it doesn't look so bad right now. Many locations, especially further away, it doesn't. But there's worse weather right here. And it's coming up now. And so the folks in Manatee and especially Sarasota County have been dealing with this. Lakewood Ranch, it's going to get worse before it gets better now. Winds are going to be going 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. We'll have some gusts in the 70s for sure in that area. If not, actually 80s because you're going to be so close to the center line. You see the colors, the yellows and the reds coming out right here? Basically, those are some of the heavier gusts or some of the heavier downpours, but there's heavy gusts in it. In fact, if you see this right here, that band that went through Sarasota, that just produced about, Rich, 106 mile per hour wind gust out of it. So that's what's moving northward. So that's some of the highest that we've seen so far today in Sarasota, 106. So damage just getting started as far as wind damage goes in those areas. Now that's blowing offshore. It's not a surge issue for Sarasota. We'll have to watch places like St. Armand Circle because some of the sound gets blown in that direction. But that's about it. What do you got, 109?
Cape Coral in Lee County.
Cape Coral had 109 mile per hour wind gusts. And that's down here in the hard hit area. You can see right there. So that's the wind coming through. Now, the rainfall. Everybody has a flood watch in effect until 2 a.m. Friday. Okay, we're going to be getting a whole lot of rainfall. We know that. The heaviest amounts are going to be along and to the left of that center where I've been showing you now. These light green patches that you see here are river flood warnings. And this is before the storm got here. Right? So every one of these is a river or a creek that was at near flood stage or actually just above flood stage. And that's before Hurricane Ian gets here. And the heavy rain from Hurricane Ian is just now arriving over these areas and will continue to push up along and east of I-75, which will get all of these creeks and rivers. So we're going to have a major flooding problem along those rivers. This area you see right here now has a flash flood warning. And this is Venice. This is when I-75 turns off towards the east there. So it's down from Sarasota down to Venice, especially south of Sarasota. It includes Inglewood. It includes Port Charlotte. We have seen nearly 11 inches of, there it goes. It's updating. 13 inches, over a foot of rainfall in the last 12 hours. And it probably has been less than that, honestly, in this particular area. Port Charlotte seen about 7 inches. Arcadia, not as much, right? 2.5 inches. 6 inches now, half a foot in Sarasota. 3 inches in Bradenton. This line goes just like this, right over top of Wauchula. Duet, you're sitting right there. Bartow, very, very heavy rainfall. I think you'll actually perhaps get a little less because we had very high winds rotating a lot of rain through here with the eye wall, and that will slow. but the storm's not picking up too much speed. So there's going to be very, very heavy rainfall along and to the left of that center. Again, you get east of 17 and we're not going to see as much rainfall. This is the forecast model. This is the area with the flash flood warning, which means we are seeing flash flooding, which means there are some areas where you need to leave if that water is coming there. Water is rising. You know your neighborhood. Look out if you see it coming. If you know where there's a normal area that floods when you get heavy rainfall, check on it if you live in that area, okay? Because it could be coming up very, very quickly. Honestly, this is part of your hurricane plan. You got to think about that because this is what can happen with the heavy rainfall. Okay, so now this model takes that heavy rain off to the north and east by 7 o'clock tonight. So here's the area with heavy rain right now, over a foot so far. Between now and about 5, well, let's say 7, it's already, it's getting close to 5. 7 or 8 o'clock, that's going to start to slow down a little bit. But between now and then, it starts to push more into Hardy County, DeSoto County, eastern Manatee County. So Lakewood Ranch, you've got heavy rain now. That's only going to continue for the next 3 hours at least. Then it's getting up into Lakeland. You can see the northern part of Polk County. Now, there's going to be a real fine line here going through central Hillsborough. I think downtown Tampa is going to get quite a bit of rainfall, but certainly east of the airport is where we're going to see the heaviest rainfall, and again, a little less as you head out towards Pinellas County. Now, this is 11:30 tonight. Look at the area that has a flash flood warning now. It's almost rain-free. Dry air getting entrained and wrapped around the backside of that, so that will help cut that down a little bit. But this is very heavy rainfall here, especially what you see here near what's left of the center at that point and to the north, up towards Mount Dora, down towards Orlando, and then pushing back into eastern parts of Pasco County. So Dade City, Zephyr Hills, Thonotosassa. I think you're still going to be looking at 8 to 12 inches of rainfall out of this. Pinellas County, especially along the coast, I'd go about 4 to 8 in that range, okay, because just the heaviest is going to go further off towards the east. But this is through midnight. Now, after midnight, we start to see breaks over this hard-hit area of rainfall. Hillsborough County is still some rain, but it'll be lighter. It'll not be as heavy as what it will be earlier this evening. And then you can see the heaviest rain goes up towards Daytona, north of Orlando. And that's about 5 in the morning, just before sunrise tomorrow morning. By the time we get towards the middle of the day tomorrow, it's almost out of here. This is actually tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. And you can see almost all the rain's out of it, pushing off towards the northeast. Now, the heavy rain will then push up towards the Carolinas. They'll have a little bit of a tornado threat, especially on this portion you see right in here. But they're going to have some flooding issues. And then when you get up in here, you get the mountains in North Carolina, you got the foothills, you got the mountains, you've got West Virginia, obviously, mountains. That's going to cause a different type of flooding because the elevation and the relief that's there, it's not just flat ground it falls on. It actually falls in the valleys, and then they funnel all of that rain, and you have all kinds of flooding issues there. We have a little different flooding issues here in Florida because we don't have hills, just anything like what you got up north. So that's the track for the rain as far as it goes. The wind will be accompanying, of course. Let me hop out of the way. I want to show you this. I've stopped this several times. Excuse me. This is 7:30 tonight. These are sustained wind speed forecasts. So look at Sarasota, steady wind of 56 miles per hour. So I saw Grant talking today. He actually said he drove 75 on the highway, by the way. I want to let you know he said that. 75 is what he said. Yeah, he said that. But he said, yeah, he better have been, yes. He said stick your hand out the window at 55 miles per hour, whatever you're driving, and you feel that, right? That's the wind. And those numbers are now in the 70s and 60s down south. Okay, so that's extremely high wind. We would give basically a severe thunderstorm warning for most of Fort Myers and Port Charlotte. It would be one large area of severe thunderstorm warning just to the wind. This is a little less than this. 58 miles per hour or higher gets a severe thunderstorm warning. You see, we're seeing a steady wind almost there at 7:30 tonight in Sarasota out of the north. St. Pete's a little less, but still steady in the 40s. That's a pretty good amount of wind. Now, here we go through about 11 o'clock tonight. You see the wind starting to turn. Most areas north, northeast, or north. Getting a little bit more of the north-northwest for Sarasota. The further south you go, you'll see more of a northwest wind. And then by the middle of the night and into early tomorrow morning, those winds start to come down, and they do start to turn back down around to the north and the west because the center by that point is way out here in northeastern Polk County. And so we're kind of wrapping around the backside, if you will, all of that wind. 1 mile east of Sarasota. Wow, really, 134 mile per hour wind gust just east Sarasota. Is that Sarasota Bradenton Airport, or is it just
Yeah,
downtown
Sarasota Bradenton.
Wow, 134 mile per hour wind gusts. Guys, this will cause a lot of damage. You need to stay inside if you are out and about. It's getting heavier rainfall, right? And you're like thinking out, it's not that bad right now. It is getting bad. It's going to get real bad in some areas, and it's going to start happening very quickly. Look what's happening over here in Bradenton. That's light rain, a little bit heavier rain now, but see all of a sudden that red that comes through? That is a good downpour, and when that comes through, the winds are going to pick up. So we're talking Sarasota, 134 mile per hour wind gusts right in there. That's incredible. And I expected we could see some higher wind gusts in here. When it made landfall, Recon had found 190 mile per hour wind gusts in the storm, in the eye wall when it made landfall. Trees down in Safety Harbor. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get over here and drive this radar. I want to get kind of zoomed in on some of these more cities here in the Bay Area. We expect trees to be down, right? We've had a lot of wind. And we've had a lot of rain. So if you don't remember, we have been very, very wet the last 2 weeks or so. That ground's been saturated. This is a really good picture now of the radar. I'll let you go ahead and drive this, Rich.
Go ahead.
Look at the top of the screen, and you can see it's just light rainfall. There's not a lot to that. This is what you've been seeing a lot of, all right? Thinking, oh, this is not that bad. That is different. That is heavier rainfall, but more than anything else, during a hurricane, these types of situations, you can look at that and you know that there are higher winds embedded in there. We've been wet for 2-3 weeks leading up to this. We had a little bit of a break last half a week or so, but the ground is rather saturated. We've had this light rain for 24 hours or so leading up to, at least 18 hours or so leading up to this. Now we're getting heavy rain and we're getting the wind. So trees are going to start to topple, especially with gusts that we're seeing in the upper 70s and even some 80s. And now I-4 is right here. What time we got here? 4:57. So about through 7 o'clock, the highest winds will be south of there. That does include southern Pinellas County. Those winds will pick up. Downtown St. Pete, South St. Pete, Gulfport even, although it's a side wind right now. But the wind is really going to be coming across downtown St. Pete right now, because it's coming across the bay and there's just nothing there to hold that off. That's MacDill Air Force Base right there. You can see the winds basically coming out of the east-northeast, and that's pushing right on shore here. Hey, do we have the camera? Rich, if you go up to that severe palette, click on Mahaffey, see if we have the camera there. We had water actually blown out from earlier today.
Mahaffey's been out.
Is it down? Did we lose it?
Yeah.
There we go. No, it's there. So that's not normally dry. That's the northeast wind blowing the water out. But what's going to happen is the wind's really going to pick up and come across the bay here. That's out the tower at Albert Whitted Airport. You can see the marina. I've been watching the boats out here. They've been doing pretty good. But you notice the palm trees obviously blowing pretty hard in the wind, and that is what is going to increase. If there's going to be issues with boats that are tied up, if trees that you think are weak that may fall that you're worried about, those issues are going to start to creep up now. All right, they're going to creep up, and unfortunately, they're going to be creeping up after the sun goes down tonight as well, too. It's one thing to have to deal with this type of weather when you can see outside. It's another thing when you're dealing with this weather when it's dark and in the middle of the night. And I do think it's going to go through at least midnight with some of the highest winds that we're going to get, and then gradually by sunrise, we'll start to see a little bit of a break. So yeah, that's Mahaffey Theater. We go down downtown Tampa while you're there. We've been watching, obviously, the water still blowing out from almost all of these locations. You can see Bayshore off in the distance here. The Tampa Yacht Club's over in this distance here.
Dry land.
That's Bayshore right there. Yeah, that's all dry land. TGH right here, all right? And you can see the bridge going over to Davis Islands. That is all dry land right there. So that's going to stay. Now, what happens is we've been watching this for the better part of the morning with the water going out. But the winds going out this morning, you know, were 15, 25 miles per hour with gusts in the 30s. There are now 30s and 40s with gusts in the 50s and 60s. And so that water is going to go out even further. I think I saw it was about 3.4 foot negative tide, negative surge early. With Irma, we had 2.4, okay? And that was a larger number. So we've surpassed that in many locations already. And the wind's just getting going. So between now and about 3 in the morning, that wind should pick up a little bit, and that's going to push those waters out. Yeah, thank you very much, Rich. Here are the tides. Let me get out of the way. I know this is a lot of information to look at, but the tides were running higher than normal. It was the 25th we had a new moon. So we started having, obviously the moon causes the tides, the gravity pulls on the oceans, of course. And when you have a new moon or you have a full moon, it has more pull, and so your tides get higher. This situation, what you're looking at here, let's take, for instance, St. Pete Pier. This is what the normal tide level would be. And it does include the moon, right? Obviously, that's what does it, so that's what it's forecasted. It's easy to forecast those. So they're saying that the high tide this afternoon would be 451. And it should be a relatively higher tide at 2.13 feet. Our tides here if you're new to the area, our tides here are nothing like the East Coast. They don't go every 6.5 hours, something like that, and they're very small. They don't have very large tidal drops or rises. But 2.13 is where we should be right now. I haven't looked at the gauges lately, but we're likely minus 2.13, almost minus 3 feet, and that number will come down. That's on top of the tide. So the moon's doing its thing, right? And there's a lot of pull on that, but the wind is so strong it's pushing that water way out. If we weren't at high tide right now, those numbers would be, that water would be a whole lot lower out there. Let's go back over to the radar if we can. These numbers, when we talk about tides, we had made this graphic because we were thinking, hey, we're going to get a storm surge in here, and we don't want it to happen at the time of high tide. Fortunately, of course, that was not the case for us. Tornado watch has now been moved. This has been pushed further over on the East Coast. Nobody in what we call our DMA, right, the people that can get our signal from Tampa here, is in a tornado watch. That doesn't mean we won't get anything. We're going to watch these cells right in here very, very closely. But it's these little individual cells that are out here that actually have the better chance of producing tornadoes, and that includes down here to the south. But if you take what's called the northeast quadrant, if you split that eye in half and then split it in half again, it's this. Let me see if I can do it right there. That quadrant is where you tend to see the most tornadoes. It's called the northeast quadrant. It just has to do with the spin. The vorticity is what we call it. That's out there on that side. And you can see we've had tornado warnings. You can see where the tornado watch is right now. Tornado watch means conditions are favorable. It's like making tacos, right? You got ingredients all over the place. There's all your ingredients. That's a tornado watch. You get a tornado warning in there, that's a taco, right? You put it all together. These tornado watches will last for 4 or 5 hours. Rich, you clicked on that. I forgot. It was through about, what, 8 o'clock tonight or something like that? So if you have friends or family over on the East Coast, through 1 in the morning, okay? So the tornado watch will stay into effect, meaning we could see tornadoes in that area through about 1 this morning. This will just basically work its way right up the coast as this works its way northward, okay? Heavy rainfall, as I mentioned, now's the time to be wrapping up. If you've been doing anything outside, which I haven't seen too many people outside today, you need to be wrapping it up, because I do think, guys, that this is when we're going to start to see some of the heaviest damage coming through. Power outages likely to really ramp up. We're now over 1 million for the state of Florida. That's going to go a lot higher. This has a very large population, and I could say that just over the last year for all the people that have moved here. But when you start putting this in here with that type of wind, you're going to really start putting power out, and that's going to affect a large amount of people. It's a little bit sparsely populated when you get down here just because it's all isolated right along the immediate coast, and obviously Tampa's a little bit of a bigger metro. 1 million without power, 80,000?
1,080,000 Florida
1,080,000,
customers.
yeah, so over 1 million now without power. Guys, we're getting to that point now where we're going to be watching that, so charge up what you got. Make sure you have that ready to go. We could have power outages that could last for a while. If you got kids in the house, get those iPads charged up, get those games that they have,
Oh, yeah, I told my kids that.
There's nothing wrong with Monopoly. There's nothing wrong with Uno. You know what I mean? It's kind of probably good for them to.
Those were downloaded with plenty of movies and all types of things. Bobby, thank you so much. If you're just now joining us, of course, Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins keeping you up to speed on the path of Hurricane Ian and what it is doing in our communities. I'm Courtney Robinson, alongside Carolina Lead.
Yeah, joining you again.
Yes, and we are kind of switching in and out to give a break. But whether you're new to the area or you've been through storms before, we're here with you every single step of the way to make sure that you know what's happening. And right now, we have talked about the power outages, and hopefully you're joining us. If you did lose power, that you have your phone.
So this is a good look at the Tampa Bay area and some of the outages we're seeing. This is specific to Duke Energy. As you can see there, that Pinellas County area, 124,000 people or customers without power. They're zooming in for us right now.
And this is
to
just
get more
Duke.
detail. This is just Duke, exactly. You've got Tico and you've got others, but we're going to zoom in there. Now you can see a breakdown of some of the neighborhoods there. You can see there in South St. Pete, right there, 17,000. As you go up towards Gandy, like Old Northeast, that area there, 19,000 just south there, 26,000. But
Shore Acres area.
Exactly. So, and this is readily available to you as well. You can go on that website, but we just want to make sure that you can have an idea of what is going on in your neighborhood, but also your neighbors as well. Significant outages right now in Pinellas County.
And of course, when we talk about, the power outages, you're going to be dealing with that. It's going to happen throughout this storm. We've also seen downed power lines, which pose a serious risk. We heard from Mayor Ken Welch earlier today, as well as first responders, talking about how they've had to respond to some of these down lines in St. Pete that have been sparking up. Right now, though, this is in Citrus Park, right near the Citrus Park Town Center Mall. Citrus Park Drive, a major roadway. There's a down power line there at Manhattan Drive. So it's important that you are aware. We've heard from every single leader in every single county saying, please stay inside, please do not be out on the roads. And this is one of the reasons. And
we want to, of course, update you on something we just got a couple of minutes ago, which is that troopers are no longer responding to calls in several areas. We're talking Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, as well as
Pasco and Polk.
Pasco and Polk, thank you, yeah. So just want to give you a heads up on that, because once conditions get bad enough, of course, they cannot continue responding.
We have our Angelina Salcido, who is live for us in West Shore. We have teams all across the area. So she has been on the western side of Tampa. And Angie, you had a tree down earlier, a tree again.
Yeah, we did. And you actually asked about it, Courtney, not too long ago. You asked us, had we seen many down trees? We had not at that point in time. Took a little bit of a drive right after we did that hit down the road, stopped at a stop sign here, and a tree limb literally came down right in front of us. My photographer, Carter, was actually the first one to see it. You're going to see it behind us right now. Now, the homeowner that lives in that home actually came out as soon as that happened. He and his wife took some pictures of it, immediately got on the phone, I'm assuming to call somebody and try to get the tree limb out of the way. They ended up getting in their car, moving the tree limb out of the way, and kind of leaving this area, I'm sure concerned for what could happen later on today. If you take a look a little bit towards across the street, you're going to see the sign also waving as well, because the wind gusts understandably are starting to pick up here. That is one of the main concerns for this area of Tampa, and Mayor Jane Castor actually referenced that earlier today, saying, yes, this might be the calm of the storm, and we're not going to see really, really big impacts from Hurricane Ian, but we are still going to see some of those main impacts being down power lines, down tree limbs, flooding as well, and of course high rain. So as the wind starts to pick up here, we're in a safe area. We found kind of like an overhang and a tunnel for us to be in. Tried to measure some of the winds and saw that the highest gust was actually around 12 miles per hour. That's just going to intensify as the day continues, as we go into the evening and then later on tonight. So we'll of course continue to bring you updates, but yes, that is not the only limb that we have seen. We kind of stopped driving to make sure that we stayed safe as well, but several down limbs in this area. And our viewers are also starting to give us some of those reports of what they're seeing in their own homes as well. For now, live in West Tampa, Angelina Salcido, 10 Tampa Bay.
And you can see Angie right behind you. If you look farther past, there is a stop sign, a street sign. They're all, the speed limit sign, they are swaying right there along with the trees and the wind. And that's where we start to worry with these gusts that things can get up and fly and ultimately flying into things.
And that's why, of course, you get first responders giving those recommendations and really cautioning people about not going outside. It might look okay, but something like that can lift off. I've seen it as a reporter happen and actually, unfortunately, hit people. So that's why you got to be incredibly careful.
And in Sun City Center, Rich Fields just came over to let us know a 30-foot oak tree came down in Sun City Center, which is, southern Hillsborough County. So, of course, again, definitely be safe, stay inside, because also as we have the rain and we have the wind, you do not want to be, even after the storm passes, not going to want to be under a tree.
Yeah, it can be tempting. We're going to head over to Hernando County. I believe Emerald Morrow is on standby for us right now there. She's in Weeki Wachee, of course, a very popular area, a place where many of us have taken our families. I can see some water there behind you, but I want to hear exactly what you're seeing there.
Well, Carolina, you know, it's a very different situation than it is in a lot of other areas around our area. We are not seeing a lot of rain. We did have a little bit earlier today. The winds have picked up quite a bit. But I want to just talk about the area of Weeki Wachee just a little bit. If you know anything about this community, you know it's very popular. It's a tourist destination. People love to be out here on the water. But it's a obviously very different situation today. Just take a look at what is usually the very beautiful, pristine, crystal clear river of the Weeki Wachee, and today it looks very different. We're seeing that storm water kind of mixing in with the spring water that feeds the river and the wind that has kicked up a lot of the sediment and making this very murky. So this does not look anything like what you're probably used to seeing when you come out here to the Weeki Wachee River. And I want to show you something else if you're able to see right here. We're seeing also a very similar situation as to what we saw along the Hillsborough Bay, along Bay Shore, where the water is just sucked right out. And it's the same situation here right out of the Weeki Wachee River. We've had people come up. We've actually got somebody right now coming up to take a picture of this, because this is just not a situation that you would normally see here along the river. Now, I've talked to a couple of people who've come out here, and one woman was raising some concern, because if you look this way, you'll see there are homes right here along this river, and a lot of people don't necessarily live here full time. So people are concerned about their homes, checking in. And this woman that I talked to, she runs this Facebook page called We Love the Weeki Wachee River, and she just came out to take some photos and was telling me how, you know, hey, I'm checking on other people's homes for them, you know, just trying to make sure that they stay safe. But really, the big concern in Hernando County is not just this area, but eastern Hernando County near the Withlacoochee River, because as we are expecting to have at least a foot of rain as we start getting more from Hurricane Ian, that area is going to be really impacted, because the river is pretty saturated right now and it really cannot handle anymore. So officials with emergency management say if you experience localized flooding on any other occasion, you can certainly expect to get more flooding within the next 48 hours. And they say the stormwater systems are just not able to handle that. So you're going to see streets flooded. You're going to see just a lot of localized flooding. So this is an area we definitely have to keep our eye on as Hurricane Ian comes through. One last thing to remind you guys of, shelters are still open. So if you live in an area where, you know, you're concerned that over the next 48 hours, maybe you live near the Withlacoochee River, the shelters are still open, and you can definitely go there if you feel unsafe. But now's the time to do that. Hernando County people here are feeling a little bit relieved, because they were expecting things to be very different. But again, do not let up. Please still have your plan in place, and please still listen to the orders of the emergency officials, because they know best in this storm. But we're going to send it back to you in the studio. We're going to continue to monitor the situation here, and we'll, of course, keep you updated with any new details that we get.
And of
back
course,
to you.
thank you, Emerald. Yeah, so of course, that's an area, too, where, of course, a lot of tourists go. So you have those short-term rentals as well as people who do live there full-time. So, of course, a lot of people monitoring their properties and that area right now of Weeki Wachee.
And, you know, at 5:15 right now, at 3:05 this afternoon, Hurricane Ian making landfall in Cayo Costa, which is just north of Captiva, south of Boca Grande. Collier County really taking a beating with storm surge. Naples, 9.5 feet of storm surge. And we have video that we want to show you from a fire station that is flooded. We showed you earlier a parking garage that had been flooded out. Do we have that video? Let's bring that up.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here at Naples. Now we have a truck issue, and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay. Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
We're now unloading the truck. this is a storm surge that we talked about, but we weren't sure about.
Courtney, while the last hour, while you and Dave were anchoring and continuing our coverage, I have been on their Facebook page, just monitoring all the videos, and they have just been putting out video after video of the damage of the water. It's just significant, and just to think all the work they're trying to do, and now dealing with this, the salt water in that area that they're dealing with, and then just trying to get everything to higher ground, if at all possible.
And we've talked so much about storm surge. If emergency crews in large trucks, I mean, you can only imagine. And you know, these are people who are going to have to, you know, respond to individuals after this storm passes and that storm surge comes back out. You know, the Collier County Sheriff, Kevin Rambosk, saying earlier, this is storm surge that they have never had to deal with before, ever, in Collier County. Naples is in Collier County, and he was specifically concerned about the southern parts of that county. Let's get it right over to Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins, because Bobby, you know, Collier County taking a beating, but we are not out of the clear yet either.
Oh yeah, no. That, by the way, that water you saw going into the firehouse is salt water, and that's not good for any of that stuff. Just amazing. Now, what happened was in Naples, so Naples is right about here or so. The bottom part of the eye wall came at them, and it literally was pushing straight on shore. There is no other place for the water to go. If this was Naples and it was blowing like that, it could go side shore, but it was coming right at it. So it just put about 150 mile per hour winds worth of storm surge straight onto Naples. 9.5 feet is what we're hearing so far with that. We do have a 5 o'clock update that's come in. The winds are down to 140. It's moving to the north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. It has slowed just a little bit, which means more rainfall. So what you saw there in Naples is storm surge flooding. That's going to shift to rainfall flooding as we go the next several hours. 945 millibars of pressure, that's coming up. It's now located about 5 miles east of Punta Gorda, where we've seen gusts in the 120s out there. Just amazing gusts. Now, here's a look at the latest track that's come in at 5 o'clock, and you can see they've got it in southeastern Polk County. Avon Park, Legoland is on the top part right in there. But they've got that about tomorrow morning early. This is like 2 in the morning with 85 mile per hour winds. The highest winds are going to be out here around that center, okay? So we're not going to get 85 mile per hour sustained winds back here in Tampa, but we're going to get some gusts that are close to that. And you're certainly going to get some higher winds that are out there in Polk County. 65 mile per hour winds by tomorrow afternoon as it's over near the Space Coast, just south of Daytona. And then you can see it moves on up the coast. And yeah, they've got it turning and going right into South Carolina. It's going to put basically Beaufort right on the same side, on the right side of the storm, and that's where you're going to see a little bit more water. But look, they've got 65 mile per hour winds, so that's a decent tropical storm coming on shore for them. 25 mile per hour winds by the time it gets up into the western part of North Carolina, up into the mountains, but it's going to be a big, heavy rainmaker. For us, still have hurricane warnings, mainly for gust for the Tampa Bay area, but we're going to get some sustained winds in here, I think, right now, next few hours, up towards Wauchula area, just points to the south, and then things will be gradually weakening. But we can certainly see wind gusts above 74 miles per hour in these areas that you see the pink. Now, with the newest update comes more tropical storm warnings in the blue all the way up past Wilmington, North Carolina. Camp Lejeune, for all my Marine friends out there, you've got tropical storm watches for them. That area has a pretty big storm surge issue as well, too. I don't think it'll be terrible for them. But then you can see all of these tropical storm warnings in blue, and all of these purples are hurricane watches that are for South Carolina all the way down, well, Charleston, all the way down towards Savannah, including Jacksonville right now. The northeastern part of Florida has a hurricane watch. You can see Daytona just about there with the warning. North of there goes up to a hurricane watch. Tropical storm warnings actually go out through the Panhandle. This is for the immediate coast, but that's wind coming in out of the north. It's just wind mainly for them that'll be pushing in that particular area. So it's moving off to the north. So go the watches and the warnings. So go the rain. And you can see the rain now. Look down towards Marco Island here. The rain's actually starting to thin just a little bit. The winds won't or aren't. They haven't so far, but they will continue to decrease gradually for them. Marco Island right now, though, they're still seeing a really good surge there because that wind is blowing right on shore. The further this pulls away from them, the lower that wind and the lower that surge will get. So things will be improving because it is moving, again, north-northeast at about 8 miles per hour. Again, this area southeast of Tampa, including now southeastern Hillsborough, that is a really good burst of rain and wind that's coming through there. We're going to get all of those starting to push through the area right now. Here's a look at our radar from Tampa, and you can see the reds and the oranges in here. Those not only obviously are heavy rainfall, right, but definitely very high winds in there. And a couple of thunderstorms in here too, just north of Port Charlotte, eastern Manatee County. Yeah, southern Manatee County, eastern Sarasota County, southern Manatee. And then you've got Lakewood Ranch right here. Here comes. You're going to get that heavier wind and rain that you've been dealing with. I think it picks up just a little bit. Riverview and Fishhawk, right on the cusp here. You've noticed the wind picking up and the rain getting heavier. Carrollwood, West Chase, Tarpon Springs, not bad, but you notice Pinellas County, especially Indian Rocks Beach southward, starting to get the heavier winds and rain picking up. This is about as heavy as it will get. I think we'll get a little bit more of this, but you kind of see the shape of this. And if it's moving off in that direction, this is about as far west as it's going to extend. But what happens is, remember, this thing is weakening from a hurricane down to a large tropical storm, and so the wind field is spreading out. And so, yeah, you can see the rain. It doesn't look like you're getting very heavy rainfall. You will get some more, but the wind will continue. In fact, the wind will be more steady for just about everybody as we go through the evening hours and overnight tonight. This is a look at the velocity product. We usually show you this when we're tracking a tornado because this shows us motion in the rain. You can see where the radar is. This is raindrops going that way. That's raindrops going away from the radar. And so you can see the spin that's happening right here. So we're actually looking up in the atmosphere just a little bit, especially when you get out towards Lakeland. But those are 83 mile per hour winds up above you. Ballpark, right? And so 78 mile per hour winds near Lakeland at this time, near Riverview, near Ruskin. So there's wind up there, and some of that's going to get pulled down in those heavy downpours. And that's why we watch the radar to see where those heavy downpours are, because that's where we can get some of that wind out of it. Gusts at 60 in Tampa, 47 in Zephyr Hills, 77 now in St. Petersburg. It's still gusting near 80 for both Bradenton and Sarasota. 58 mile per hour wind gusts this past hour out in Clearwater. Frostproof, just starting to get the winds. It hasn't been terrible. We've had gusts in the 30s, winds in the teens for the most part, winds in the 20s earlier, but this is the wind, and this is what's coming up right over top of you. Avon Park area out towards the bombing range. Sebring. We haven't talked much about Highlands County except for the small chance for tornadoes. You're going to get clipped with this high wind. 24 mile per hour winds right now in Sebring. That is going up. That will go 35, 45 mile per hour winds with some higher gusts. Won't last too long, but you are going to get some of that. And then eventually you're actually going to start seeing it drying up before most of us will. Brooksville, not bad. 40 mile per hour gusts. We had 39 this past hour, 25 up in Crystal River. Crystal River, just like the Bay Area, you know, dodged a bullet here because the surge could have been really bad in the Crystal River area as well, too. In fact, we were seeing surge models that were putting some parts of US 19 underwater when the storm was coming up in this direction here. Well, obviously why all the evacuations for the Tampa Bay area. Again, the winds will start to pick up. Power outages are going up. We're over 1 million now in the state. 1,360,000. Thank you, Courtney. Yeah. But you can see the winds are the ones obviously doing that type of damage. Now, when the winds knock trees down, they knock power lines down, the power goes out, you've got a ton of water. Those power lines could land in the water, right? You need to be extremely, extremely careful. What you're supposed to do is treat any downed wire as a hot wire, meaning you don't know if it's got electricity on it or not. It may not be sparking like you see in a video, right? You have to treat it like it's hot, okay? So please stay away from those things. Things will quiet down as we get going into late tonight and tomorrow morning. I think tomorrow morning people are going to get out and about, and they're going to start looking around at things, and that's when things could get kind of dicey. You need to be very, very careful. Most of the injuries that I've seen covering hurricanes over the past 20-some years is people getting hurt after the storm. especially when you get a place like Fort Myers. You get these places that have this incredible storm surge. They've got to go down there and clean that things up. You get electrocutions when the power comes back on. You get breaks and scrapes and cuts and all that kind of stuff. I've got some Sarasota specific graphics because we have some winds that are really getting high here. These are sustained wind forecasts for Sarasota. 66 mile per hour sustained winds basically in that area now. But notice they do start to decrease as we go through the evening and overnight hours tonight. So 4 a.m., 5 a.m., sustained winds in the 30s. Now this is just sustained winds. We're going to have gusts on top of this. Add 15, 20 miles per hour for the gusts. But then you notice by tomorrow, I mean, look at 7 a.m., we're still in the 30s. And then by middle day into the afternoon, we're starting to talk about winds sustained in the 20s. So things will be improving as we get going through the next 24 hours. Rainfall is a big thing, guys. This is where we're talking about that chance for that flooding. Please, if you know a spot where you live where it normally floods, that's likely to start happening here. If you remember back northwestern Hillsborough County, Pasco County, I think it was 11. I think we did it in 10 and 11. We had 40-some inches, 46 inches of rainfall. I don't expect that much. That was in this area here. But I am still concerned about the Anclote River. That river flooded incredibly bad that year, both of those years. All of these rivers and creeks, especially if they're along and east of I-75, are already full. They are only going to get worse. So please be careful. And if you know that you live along that river, you don't need to necessarily get out right now, unless you do, if you can see it. But you need to make plans that when the storm goes away, the weather looks a whole lot better, it'll feel even better. Your situation is not complete. You need to make sure you stay safe, keep you and your family safe. We'll keep you updated on those river levels and let you know when the flood stages will occur. But I don't think they're going to peak until we get until at least Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, guys.
We are going to be, of course, keeping you up to date on all of this. I mean, this is certainly not over this evening, not over tomorrow, and not over this weekend. So we will keep you obviously informed. And we have been hearing constantly from Governor Ron DeSantis as well as other state emergency officials as this storm has obviously changed and shifted. Lee County in Southwest Florida taking the brunt of this because we saw Hurricane Ian come on shore at Cayo Costa around 3 o'clock this afternoon, 150 mile per hour, Category 4 storm. This right here, what you're looking at, I used to work in this area. This is Fort Myers Beach. That is the Lee County Sheriff's Office Outreach Center being swept away in that storm surge. This is on Fort Myers Beach. I mean, Fort Myers Beach just, obviously seeing so much damage. If you've been on social media, you've seen it from so many. And if you came up to our area to try and get away from Hurricane Ian, we do want to make sure that you know what's happening in your area. We've seen in Naples,
of course,
alone.
We would have had people who would have come north and, of course, east to try and get away from the area. So, yes.
And again, this is the Lee County Sheriff's Office Outreach Center. Earlier, we showed you Naples Fire Rescue, and one of their fire stations flooded out as they
they're
tried
desperately trying to sort that situation.
Get their equipment.
Get their
and stop
equipment.
it from catching on fire.
As they're working and trying to keep everybody safe, they too are trying to work through that. Also, we just want to make sure that you know this. We have a meteorologist right now in a C-130 military plane with the hurricane hunters. We've done extensive coverage with the hurricane hunters before. They are analyzing data throughout this hurricane. They will be back at 9 o'clock tonight. We, of course, will give you the information that they, in fact, get while
I think we do have some video from one of the hurricane hunters. The meteorologists that we're talking about, they've made several passes over top. Let's take a look at the video that we have in now.
From inside the plane, we're about to take off in about 10 minutes. A strong Category 4 Hurricane Ian, flying with hurricane hunters, and of course, our photojournalist, Ivan Gibson, we're sitting, makes everything stored away for the flight takeoff. We will send you updates when we can. While we're in flight, we will not have Wi-Fi. Here's a look inside the aircraft. All right, see you in about 6 o'clock.
fortunate to get a perspective like that.
Yeah, and
to be up there with them.
I think they've done 4 Passovers at this
That's what we
point,
were
and
told,
so
yep.
9 o'clock tonight, that's when they're going to land, and after they land, we'll have a report for you and be able to share with you. We have hurricane hunters who are, as you know, are based out of Lakeland, but there's also hurricane hunters in Kessler. Is that right? Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. And so one of our meteorologists, obviously, on that hurricane hunters mission to see what Ian looks like.
Yeah, and Bobby, of course, the information we get from them is life-saving. It's incredible, what they're able to gather.
Yeah, and that information, like in the age of technology, comes right down through the internet from the plane. So what she's going to give us is the experience of being on that plane.
Right.
And in fact, what I'm showing you now is what we saw from earlier, where we saw a video from one of the guys that was on the plane. He said it was the bumpiest he's had in 6 years of doing this.
Oh, man.
And it was with these thunderstorms that are on. Watch the backside. See this right here? See all that lightning? It was right in there. Right in there is where we think it was. You can see the thunder flashing, lightning flashing, all in the background. That eye is starting to fill in right now. But that data is incredible. That data is what helps us make those spaghetti plots that everybody wants to know where it's going, right? And it also tells us about those winds. So in a case like this, we know where it's going, so we're not really looking at that kind of data for which way is the storm going to go. We're looking for it to know how much wind is in there. But we had to plan ahead because you couldn't be sitting down here and go, well, we'll wait until the morning of landfall and find out how much wind is there before we leave. No, you got to go because the weather just constantly goes downhill very fast, very quickly. But that data is just super invaluable. The forecast tracks from the Hurricane Center because of that have gotten better steadily for 10 years now. The intensity forecasts, they haven't. If you look at it on a chart, you think you'd get better at tracking it. But when you look at intensity, it's kind of flatline. We thought this would be at about 130, 140. That was the forecast from the Hurricane Center. It ended up going to 155 mile per hour winds.
Those hurricane hunters, we thank them, obviously, for all that they do because they are, so brave. They get up, they do that, both of them, in Lakeland and Keesler as well. We do have Mayor Jane Castor giving an update. Let's listen in.
Debris is flying through the air. We were out earlier. I went to one of our ERC sites out on East Columbus to visit some of our teams, and the palm fronds and tree limbs are all over, and that's in really the mildest winds that we could expect associated with a storm like this. So again, please shelter in place. We have yet to feel the direct effects of Hurricane Ian. So we will keep you posted, we will keep you protected, but we want you all to do your part as well and be responsible out there. Next, I will bring up our fire chief and emergency manager, Barbara Tripp.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. As the mayor stated, we have not seen the worst yet. We want to make sure that everyone is safe. Make sure you shelter in place. You should not be out in the traffic, driving on the roads. We have had multiple fires that resulted from down power lines. As the mayor stated, some residents are without power at the moment. TECO is off the roads at the moment due to safety. We do have a number that you can call if you have an outage. The number is 1-877-588-1010, 1-877-588-1010. Now, when it talks about if you have a medical emergency as far as calling 911, you have to think about if the conditions are bad, the first responders would not be able to respond to you. If your power is out, you need to go to our website, tampa.gov/hurricane, to get the latest information on generator safety. You do not want to be exposed to carbon monoxide. Once again, tampa.gov/hurricane to get the latest information about operating generators. If you are using candles, that is against the rules, against the law. You definitely want to be careful. If you have a fire extinguisher, please make sure you have that at hand. There are a lot of danger that's affected with this storm and will take place. We want everyone to be safe. So please, please take care of yourself and take care of your family. Now we bring up Chief Burkhoff.
Good evening. Our officers are doing a tremendous job right now. They're out there evacuating homeless. Just in the last several hours, we've evacuated approximately 30 additional homeless to shelters. And as the mayor and Chief Tripp said, now's the time to shelter in place. And down power lines and down trees are very dangerous. We have a lot of our police officers out there, but if you don't see a police officer, that does not mean that it is safe. So please be extra careful. We've put on social media quite a bit about Bayshore, to stay off Bayshore. Don't be that guy to go out on Bayshore and put yourself in harm's way. That's the last thing we want, is to put our officers, our first responders, in jeopardy by trying to save somebody from doing something foolish. And those are our highlights. Thank you.
All right, anybody have any questions? We expect that it's going to continue to come throughout the night. I can't tell you time-wise when the worst of the flooding is going to occur, but we have already had ample rain, and once that water starts to come back into the bay and the rain builds up, we have been fortunate to be able to continue to empty out our stormwater retention ponds. And so we'll be able to take more rainwater than we anticipated with the original forecast. But we're still anticipating that we will see flooding, and it will be sometime in the next 24 hours. I don't know that it would be the next 12 hours, but definitely the next 24 hours. We're going to see the continued rain. The rain will increase dramatically, and then that water is going to come back into the bay as the Hurricane Ian continues its northeasterly trajectory.
Yes, currently we're still responding to medical and fire calls as well. The wind gusts have not reached the miles per hour that's in our policies. Once it reached that miles per hour, then of course all emergency personnel will be at a standstill. Well, it all depends on what Mother Nature decides to do as far as the wind speeds. No. Stay at home. You know, you definitely need to be inside some sort of shelter. Hopefully it's at your home and protected. Going to be a lot of impact. You know, floodings, we have to worry about vehicles getting flooded in the roads. We got to worry about buildings being flooded. I know a lot of families did get sandbags to assist, so we don't know what the damage is going to be and how much rain is going to eventually fall, as well as when the surges come in.
And also with the storm surge, you know, when we went along with the original forecast for this, and we were talking anywhere from 10 to 15 foot surges. Well, we've seen what that means when the hurricane hit down south. You saw that water come in, just rush in, that tidal surge. We don't expect to see that here, more of the gradual influx of the water, but it's still going to cause flooding in our area. And so, you know, sheltering in place means stay where you're at, wherever that's safe, and then hopefully if you're close to the water, that you'll have the ability to go up if necessary. But if we're talking 4 to 6 feet, then that's not going to be to the point that it's over anyone's home or up to the ceilings, like we've seen once again in the south. I think that we've all seen those videos, and they're pretty dramatic of the intensity with which Mother Nature hit the West Coast down south in Florida. Mm-hmm. Yes, I called, and you know, they just said that they were prepared. This isn't anything new, storm season, to anyone in the state of Florida, East or West Coast, or for that matter, Central Florida. So we are exercising, when I say we, all of the municipalities, the counties, the state, all in coordination, all in collaboration, to exercise our plans to make sure that we are prepared for the worst case scenarios. And that's what all of these mayors that I've spoken to have told me, you know, that they are as prepared as they could possibly be. They didn't have the luxury that we had of having several days to put all of our plans in place, but they are responding, and I assured them that we would stand ready to assist in any way that we could. No, they canceled that, and that really was for very, very specific locations that had some of the older power supplies. That was on the west side of Ashley, the Performing Arts Center, a couple of hotels, and then Davis Islands, Harbor Island. So it was very specific locations. They canceled that last night, and they never did it, and they're not going to. So the power outages are not a result of that. Yes, they're going to be open. They are all open. There's only one that is full. Do you remember the name? One of the schools that is full in the city, but the majority of those are open. And as Chief Tripp said, you can find that information on our website, tampa.gov/hurricanes. But those shelters, as we've said before, are a last resort. If anybody's considering going to them now, then it probably is the last resort. But we want people to shelter in place unless there's some type of an...
All right, so yeah, we're listening to Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, of course, giving an update on what we're seeing in the city of Tampa. We're going to now transition to the governor.
Yeah, she said, you know, we've yet to feel the direct effects of Ian. I asked Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins when we will, and he said tonight, right now, through 4 a.m. Governor DeSantis speaking. Let's listen.
911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so. Now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, you know, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida Peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you've got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. And there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor's mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of a storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter in place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County, do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately, get into an interior room, and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We receive reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows, get low, and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, we're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck. And there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it, and then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on. And these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people are we talking about here?
Kevin, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me.
Sorry. Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know.
So when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful. And he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. So he was inviting us to request support. And so that we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with. And so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that these are not people that necessarily live in a quote flood zone. They live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance. And I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a quote flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. They're modeling, based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus, and so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay, then what would happen. And so they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for Citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
Governor Ron DeSantis right there speaking from the State Emergency Operations Center. We do want to take you to Charlotte County because we heard the governor say there was serious structural damage in Charlotte County. Check out this video from Punta Gorda right here. You can it's hard to see,
yeah.
But that is a palm tree just being whipped around in the wind, the
show
rain.
you how violent that.
And this is a live
wind is.
picture.
Yeah.
This is happening right now in Charlotte County.
You can absolutely see the severe weather that they are seeing in that area there. As we continue to feel the effects in that area, specifically, obviously,
Florida,
yeah, seeing the brunt and the effects of this.
And what's really interesting, so this is Punta Gorda. This is where Hurricane Charlie in 2004 came on shore, and of course, earlier, the governor pointed out, Charlie, just a fraction of the size of Hurricane Ian. And you're seeing, obviously, what's happening right there in Punta Gorda in Charlotte County. We've seen the damage in Lee County. We've seen the damage in Collier County. Southwest Florida really taking the brunt of this. And so, yes, while we still haven't felt Ian's full effects, as Mayor Castor pointed out, we have to remember there were people down there. And Governor DeSantis said there are people in Zone A evacuations who did not leave, and it's not safe for them to get out to them right now, but they will when they can.
As we see those images and we continue our coverage, we want to let you know that we are with you throughout the night, making sure that you are getting the information that you need. Informed, prepared, and connected is what we are doing here at 10 Tampa Bay. I am Carolina Lead, joined by Courtney Robinson. We are with you throughout the night, and we're going to go ahead and start here with a look at the power outage map that we are seeing here in the area. We're going to look at that. So there you go.
This is from Duke Energy, and so just one, right?
One, yeah.
Hey, Rich, you were keeping track of the power outages statewide. This is obviously for Duke Energy. You can see 143,000 without power.
Statewide, we were looking at, what was it, 1,106,000.
1.34. It's 1.34.
Oh, it looks like this map is down, or at least.
Oh, it's down. Okay, so
just went down.
All right, so statewide, though, 1,340,000 are without power. And you know what? Speaking of St. Pete, because that's what you were seeing right there, Jenna Bourne has been out and about in St. Pete, and she sent back some really incredible pictures because we are seeing damage in our area.
Yeah, down trees, power lines. We're seeing that already in our area.
Do we have that video of Jenna where we can show? Let's show. Jenna is able to show us what she is seeing again in St. Pete.
I want to show you what we found in downtown St. Pete. This tree has come down on top of this power line. We're going to stay away from it here, but it is on the ground now. This is at 4th Avenue North and University Way. And this tree didn't just fall on a power line. Check this out. It also fell on this red Corvette. And you can hear some of those gusty winds right now. 10 Tampa Bay meteorologist Natalie Ferrari tells me that she's seeing sustained winds out here of 50 miles an hour. And those gusts that we're feeling, she says those have been between 70 and 80 miles an hour. The rain is still pretty light out here right now in downtown St. Pete, but we are expecting that to get worse throughout the night. Reporting in downtown St. Pete, Jenna Bourne, 10 Tampa Bay.
And now we want to take you to Sarasota Emergency Operations Center, where we are getting an update from Jamie Carson and potentially talking about the National Guard as well. Let's listen in.
Update. We're working with our partners at Sarasota Schools. Schools will be closed through Friday. Also, just in, we heard that the city of Northport's call center phone lines are down. So for our community members in Northport, we remind them to please call 311. Also, we've been talking about, we are partnering with the National Guard. The National Guard's 164th Air Defense Artillery Brigade's command team, that's the team that's located at Sarasota County Government's Emergency Operations Center. They have about 1,000 soldiers that are poised and positioned, or pre-positioned to go out into our community once that TFIT team has determined that the roadways are clear. So at this point, I'll take some questions.
For the folks who you said that there are thousands of people right now without power, including those evacuation shelters, what's being done, especially for folks who are in those evacuation shelters, to kind of keep them cool, to kind of in terms of like temperatures, you know, what help is there for them?
So again, as we talked earlier this evening and earlier today, our community prepares for this. This is something that Sarasota County government, along with our municipalities, our state government, and all of our partners, we work very closely throughout the year to make preparations, plans. We have plan A all the way through Z. So now that the power is out, we're working through those plans. We're working to ensure those individuals that are in our evacuation centers are able to remain calm as they can. We're checking on them. Obviously, our medically dependent evacuation centers, making sure those generators stay up and running. Additional question?
James Hill with ABC7. Cell phone towers. Do we have any information or details on the lines of communication?
We are getting some reports about the impact to cell phones, and that's why it's important to note that the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Centers, we have those satellite phones and we have communication with our evacuation centers. We are getting reports from community members and also from our partners throughout the community that they are experiencing issues with their cell phones. Yes.
And you mentioned that you guys are getting a lot of calls into your 911 center. What types of calls are you all getting? Are folks in flooded homes and they can't get out? Are they injured?
So I don't have the exact details of the calls, but they are a variety of topics. So I'll let you get with the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office after this and we'll follow up. Okay, Annie.
What conditions are you seeing in South County, because they're getting hit first? Has flooding began in people's homes at all, or is it still mainly in like waterways or areas you would expect it?
So when you talk about storm surge, I mean the reports that we're reading from the National Weather Service, you're looking at, so far as Inglewood, you're looking about 18 feet. All right, so definitely there's going to be some water intrusion, not only on the coastal communities, but when you think inwards to our rivers. So we are seeing some of that, definitely. The most important aspect is to know our true damage assessment. We're not going to be able to do that until we can get out there and truly get out into our community and assess the damage firsthand.
Looking at the latest models and projections, everyone is watching, looking for help. Do you have any kind of timeline on when crews might be able to begin that process?
So we're constantly monitoring the weather patterns. As you all know, this is a slow-moving storm. Right now, from the information that we're receiving from the National Weather Service, we're expecting to hopefully between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Thursday morning start to get out there.
We know that some people did not evacuate. You're getting tons of calls to 911 right now.
you can't send anyone out to help them. What kind of advice can you give them over the phone? What are those conversations looking like upstairs right now?
So we have an excellent team. They're highly trained professionals. They are also triaging the calls they come in. They have a medical professional up there that once the calls come in, the type of the calls can triage and try to provide that assistance over the phone. Last question. All right, so for our community members, we want you right now to stay where you are, ride out the storm, wait for your local officials to let you know that it's safe to return. We need those roadways to stay clear so that our tactical first-in teams can get in there, assess the damage, and we can start clearing the roadways, start repairing the damage, and for our community to recover. If you have any questions, please call 311. We have team members standing by 24/7 to answer your calls. If you're outside Sarasota County, you can also try 941-861-5000. Continue to visit the website if you still have power, scgov.net, and also follow us on social media at SRQ County Gov. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're just wrapping up the update.
So let
from
me see what I can
Sarasota
get
County,
from. Let me see what I can get.
their department there, the emergency management office there. As we hear what crews are doing, we did hear that they do have satellite phones on the ready, prepared as they move through this storm. We do know from the governor's press conference a little earlier that there are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to go into the area. A lot of those going more so towards Southwest Florida from what he said, but of course that can adjust depending on the damage that we see throughout the state of Florida.
Yeah, and in terms of the federal government response to this, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, what they did is they staged crews where they thought this storm might hit, and then said that they would be nimble depending on where it hit. So they have a large number of crews that have been on standby ever since that request for emergency federal assistance or a declaration, so they could quickly move in and help out. They will be badly needed in the aftermath of this storm. Let's check in right now.
Yeah,
Meteorologist Natalie Ferrari is standing by with the very latest on this. Natalie, we have some warnings, both flood and wind warnings.
Yeah, there's a lot to actually update you on in the span of some of these press conferences, which we have to get you the latest information on those, and of course, every single county. But an extreme wind warning. We had mentioned this was actually just a little further to our south earlier this morning. This has now been issued for some of our more interior locations and expanded across much of our southeastern counties. You can actually see portions of southern and southeastern Manatee, through the eastern Sarasota, back through southern Hardee and much of DeSoto, western Highlands counties, now encompassed in that extreme wind warning. This is not something we see a whole lot here, and this is basically issued due to the fact that those hurricane force winds just on the northern edge of that eye wall have been exceeding a great deal of some of those not only sustained wind speeds that we would typically see maybe with a normal thunderstorm where we'd issue severe thunderstorm warnings, but even those gusts getting than that. It is comparable to a tornado. That is why they issue that extreme wind warning, and it's going to go all the way until 7:30 tonight. Let's talk more about what the radar looks like right now, especially when it comes to some of that heaviest wind and some of the rain that we're again seeing on that northern tier, the heaviest, of course, actually drifting back towards the north and to the northwest portion of that eye wall, which has been showing a little bit of disorganization, at least a little bit of weakening, I should say, trying to fall back and almost collapse within itself. That gives us some signs of weakening, but of course, the impact's not quite weakening just yet. We're still feeling that. But again, as mentioned, it's really, you can see the cusp of Manatee, Sarasota, portions of Hardee and into DeSoto as they deal with the strongest edge of this hurricane right now, some of those strongest wind gusts. That is why the National Weather Service prompted those extreme wind warnings as we go through this afternoon and easily into this evening as well. Let's move this forward, especially as we really keep an eye on the latest on what exactly happened in the hours leading up to this landfall. It made 2 landfall, one of which was technically just north of Captiva. It was a Category 4 hurricane, still keeping that strength going on steady. That was at 150 miles per hour. That was at 3:05 this afternoon. Then it made a second landfall at about 4:35 this afternoon, and that one was a little bit closer to Punta Gorda Bay, and that was actually near not only Pirate Harbor, but very, very close to the intercoastal portions of where where, again, it crossed over just north of Captiva. So if we move this forward, I wanted to show you that 435. That is the second landfall, and that is considered the mainland landfall. The original one was a remote barrier island and moved over into a little intercoastal section and then pushed onto the mainland, giving us that second landfall. So let's talk more about some of these warnings that were still being issued and we're still seeing get updated. Originally, this box right here, you know, it encompassed portions of Charlotte, but really a good chunk of Sarasota County. That was the original flash flood warning that was issued, and it was going to go until 7:30 tonight. Well, now we're going to actually expand that, and it almost issued the polygon in an almost round organization, a round polygon, which is something we don't typically see a whole lot with these flash flood warnings, and it sneaks all the way back down towards Sanibel Island, towards Captiva as well. That is a brand new flash flood warning that is going until 9 o'clock tonight, and that does encompass all of Hardee, DeSoto, really clipping western Highlands County tonight, as well as keeping it into Manatee and Sarasota. This is due to that excessive amount of rainfall that we've already seen, not only in a short amount of time, but even in some spots, a prolonged area. Let me show you some of the radar estimated. We've actually seen the radar estimate right around, I would say closer to about an inch to almost 2 inches in some locations within 1 hour. Really these deep reds you see here, especially in DeSoto County, just west of Arcadia. I've been seeing that cluster of heavy rain drift all the way across western Sarasota through southern Sarasota and back into Hardee and DeSoto. So that red cluster right there, those rainfall rates are easily exceeding 2 inches within 1 hour. Remember, this event started overnight, late last night in some spots with lighter rain, getting heavier through this morning. So that's a lot of moisture increasing in a short amount of time. In some of these periods, we're seeing these heavier downpours just dumping rainfall, getting a little bit of some breaks, especially through northern Polk County into southern Highlands, Hillsborough rather. You can actually see there's little breaks where the heaviest of the rain kind of dissipates, it lightens up a bit, and then we get another pulse of energy as these waves just continue to drive to the north. And that's why as you really cross over that I-4 corridor, it is steady, moderate rainfall, and then just to the north of it, it is more scattered. It kind of comes in waves, kind of comes in pulses. So it's not like our typical rainfall events where we get this deluge of rain in a very, very short amount of time and then it's all over. We're kind of getting these almost consistent rounds pushing through with little breaks in between, but I will tell you some of our northern spots like parts of Citrus, Hernando, and even far northern Pasco, you're seeing a little bit of a brief break in those rain showers trying to fall apart. To the south, to the rest of us, it is just consistently steady and consistently windy as well. We do have a tornado watch, but it's now mainly for the eastern portion of the Sunshine State. All of us, we have been pulled back from that watch. I will tell you, I'm not letting my guard down just yet. A lot of the overnight hours through this morning, we saw little notches, little areas of rotation where still ahead of this system. As we move this forward, that we have to watch this because of the fact that this will continue to trail its way further inland across the state, pushing back out just north of Cape Canaveral, and then continuing to try to move not only back offshore potentially, but then drifting right back up into the southeastern United States. Of course, as a weaker system, we'll tell you that. Florida's really going to be weakening this very, very quickly, but we're going to continue to feel the impacts through tonight and even into the overnight hours. I got to show this to you because not everyone are seeing the same winds right now than maybe your neighbors off to the south, off to the north as well. Look at this, really from Pasco all the way into Hernando and Citrus. We're seeing sustained right around 25, 35 miles per hour, gusts exceeding 40, near 50 at times. But as the further you make your way through the southern half, even the southern half of Pinellas and Hillsborough, all the way down through our southeastern counties, we've even lost a few of our sites there. We're seeing those gusts easily exceeding 80, 90 miles per hour. There were official reports, of course, around Cape Coral and even throughout different portions of Fort Myers, Lee County, where we were seeing those gusts exceed 120, 130 miles per hour. So that energy continuing to push further inland. Let me take you through the forecast, at least through tonight. You can see how the center of this system has the strongest winds, just wrapping around not only the northern portion, but the back side of this as the eye moves further, not only inland, but across the state through to later tonight and into the overnight hours. These are going to be some of our sustained wind speeds that we'll still see wrapping around on the backside, taking you through Thursday morning. It's still going to be breezy. Those gusts are going to gradually be coming down very, very slightly, but it is still going to be easily on the breezy side as we see those winds actually drift more so out of the north and even out of the northwest through the first half of your Thursday and going into Thursday evening. Then finally, those winds can stabilize just a little bit. But at least I wanted to get you the latest on those extreme wind warnings, those flash flood warnings, because that is the brand new information that we're going to be tracking through the next couple of hours, easily well past sunset tonight.
All right, so we're going to head over to Tampa now. We just heard from Mayor Jane Castor not too long ago where she just reminded people in evacuation zones A and B, if you did in fact leave, which you were supposed to, do not go back. Do not go back home. Stay where you are. We're going to head out to the Tampa River Walk where we have reporter Carly Gomez for us right now.
Hi, yeah, we are here on that river walk, the famous river walk a lot of people use to get that exercise on, and we have seen a few people in and out of this area just trying to get a gauge on exactly what's happening. And as they've looked over this area, you can see, look into the Hillsborough River, just how empty it is becoming as it continues to see these strong winds funnel through this area under 275. You can see just how quickly they're exiting the region. People are saying, I haven't seen this happen since Irma, and how quickly this is moving through is just much faster. Now, the empty areas here just look like beaches, as you can take a look at that. And as this water exits, we've continued to see 50+ mile-per-hour winds here just near Armature. People also circulating the area there and kind of just getting a look and a feel for things. Some people out and about, but at this point in time, the only ones really in the downtown area that we've really seen gone through there is a lot of people who are just trying to kind of find their way through and get back out, quick look, and then back home. And those are those people that we've spoken to. Now, through this area, it's really funneled through all of these winds. And what we expect to happen here is as it continues circulating, as that hurricane does so, it hits those outer walls here of the bay and then pushes right back out. Now, we could anticipate this really lasting. As soon as that storm passes really through the area, it's going to be a determination at that point in time when those winds slow down that we can finally see more water coming back in. But it really could take as much as a day or two before we start to see a lot of this flooding right back in.
So Carly, you mentioned that you have seen people kind of in that area coming, looking, and then going back out. Have they said anything to you about, I mean, that water is so low.
It is so low. I mean, it's unbelievable really looking at it. I mean, I was able to walk through here just prior to the storm and see how high this is. It is feet high at this point in time. You could just see, take a look at this and how quickly that this water is just pushing over. People are just looking, kind of walking around with a couple of drinks in their hands, just wanting to get a look, but a lot of them running back into their homes. So it's been a kind of a gradual on and off look for these people who've kind of gone in and out to get that look, but you can really just see how quickly it's pushing out. And as soon as the storm can actually finally head to the northeast of us, we really won't see it slowing down in this river until then.
And overall, Carly, one more question. Pretty quiet out there. Just wondering, you mentioned the few people that you did see, but what about in the streets of Tampa? Have you seen quite a few people, or is it just very scattered?
You know, it is really scattered. That's a good point. A lot of, unfortunately, homeless people have decided to stay along the sidewalk areas near the convention center. Driving through downtown, a lot of down limbs. We saw some snapped trees, of course, in those areas. Some signage, broken like real estate signage. Also, driving through certain areas of the city here, also Bayshore area neighborhoods. People actually on bikes. Some people kind of just riding around. And then most of them have been some homeless, just kind of walking up and down the river walk as of now.
All right, thank you, Carly. We did hear in that press conference with the mayor that police officers are moving some of the homeless out of that area. So they were doing a sort of sweep of the area, just trying to get them out of harm's way.
Yeah, well, I certainly feel for them. It's a tough life for them every day. Add to that what's taking place right now. This storm obviously is causing problems to our east. We want to go over to Polk County. Brent Solomon is at the Emergency Operations Center there.
Good afternoon to you. We are at the Emergency Operations Center right now in Winter Haven. Let me step out of the way. I want to give you an idea. Officials have been right here for 4 days now in advance of Ian, preparing for exactly what we're seeing now and what's to come. This is an easy way for authorities to work together to help you when that time comes. In fact, an update not too long ago from the Emergency Management Director saying we are now seeing heavy winds in Polk County, and of course calls are beginning to come down for tree limbs down. And as the hour becomes later and as it gets darker, this situation could get worse. I now want to bring you the spokesperson for the county, Mayanne Nelson, who can give us an update on what we're seeing right now.
We're really starting to see the winds pick up, the rain pick up in Polk County. Winds are now gusting over 50 miles an hour, which makes it a little bit more dangerous. And anything that's not tied down is starting to fly around a little bit. It's that time of night where we're starting to urge people, please get off the streets. If you have gotten off of work and you're heading home, go home and stay home and try and hunker down for the evening. It's going to be a long one.
Fortunately, about 3,000 people took advantage of shelters, I'm hearing, but I'm also learning that now's not the time to really change your mind and say maybe I need to run to a shelter because of the wind.
It might be a little too late, and the other side of that too is by the time you pack up your car with your family and a few things that you want to take with you, like snacks and games and things to do, that shelter door might be locked when you get there. Those shelters are built for Category 5 hurricanes. They have roll-down doors, and when those doors lock, we can't let anybody in. So I would not really encourage anybody to head out right now trying to find a shelter.
And lastly, very quickly, you sent a message to residents here in Polk County today saying please conserve your water, not only right now, but even after the storm.
Absolutely. One of our challenges right now would be lift stations that handle our sanitary sewer systems. And if people are using a lot of energy, using a lot of water, those systems are going to fill up, and then they might be too full to handle any extra water once the electricity goes out. And so we ask people, please don't wash your clothes, please don't wash your dishes with the dishwasher. Try and limit your showers, your bathing, and if you have an outdoor sprinkler system, turn that irrigation system off. And please, if you can, limit toilet flushing conservatively in the interim so that, again, we're not filling up sanitary systems.
Mayanne Nelson, thank you so much for that update. And so, of course, there you have it. That's the latest from the Operations Center right here in Polk County. We're all over it. We'll stay here on the ground to keep you updated. But for now, I'm reporting in Polk County. Brent Solomon, we'll send it back to you.
All right, yeah, thank you, Brent. Thank you so much. Of course, a busy time there for the workers, of course, trying to keep everybody safe. As you heard Brent say, they've been there for 4 days. I mean, that's what it takes to get ahead of the storm and to make sure that everyone is prepared and coordinated in order to serve the greater community.
Yeah, you saw how many people were in that room there. It's amazing how many people it does take in a situation like this. And you think of the cost of all this to a county, to a city, what it's costing them. Hopefully there'll be some federal assistance to come that will really help with this, because there are going to be a lot of people in need, and hopefully there will be people, in the future to help them take care of this.
I believe next we're going to take a look at Fort Myers Beach, but hold on, I see, no, Bobby, okay. I'm keeping an eye here on our meteorologists. Sometimes they wave at us to let us know.
Some wild video. They can take weather 1.
Can you guys take weather 1? I know it's kind of hectic back in the control room, but meteorologist Bobby Deskins is telling us to take weather 1. He says there's some incredible video if you can. If not, we can talk about this and then get to that next.
This is what, Fort Myers Beach? Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
No, this, I'm going to zoom this out. This is Armature works.
Unbelievable.
Look at that.
That
I'm
does
going to
not
zoom out just a little bit. This guy just went out there in the middle of the Hillsborough River and got
Can you
stuck.
guys hear Bobby? Yeah.
He got stuck down in there. And you can see I've zoomed it out just a little bit now, but that has just really pulled all the water out of the river. Now keep in mind, as the winds come up, because the stronger part of the system is getting closer to us, those low water levels we've seen in the bay and the river are going to continue to drop. As those winds start to die overnight tonight, especially after about 3 in the morning, those water levels will come back up.
Wait, did I hear you right, Bobby? You're thinking that these people got stuck down there because it's so low? I'm not sure if I heard you right.
No, he
okay.
got stuck in the mud.
Oh, gotcha.
He walked out there to the water's edge, and then a lot of that is just boggy. It's really, he sunk down about a foot. I think he lost a shoe.
How deep is that water normally, Bobby, there? Do you know?
Well, you see the woman at the bottom of the screen?
Right.
So that's what it says. She's like 5 something. So that's about 3.5, 4 foot.
Okay.
it's a little bit shallower than that, right up against the thing, but you get out in the center there, and it's pretty deep.
Yeah, that is so strange just looking at that, because how many times have we all walked along that river there and never really thought we'd ever see, the base of it there.
And we kind of saw a perspective of that with Carly's live shot when she showed us right there along, not far from the Riverwalk, not far away.
So. Well, this is looking up. That's Armature Works, of course, but now this is looking up a little bit more towards Rick's on the River up there.
Which we showed a little earlier
it turns
as well,
the corner there, yeah. And that channel is usually pretty deep when it goes underneath the center part of the bridge up there. But yeah, this water is just amazing the way that it has it's dropped so much. I'm going to go over to the South Bridge. This is 275. That's you're looking at one of those taller bridges. It's tough to see it right there, but of course all that is pushing out. That will continue because the winds are going to stay out of the north and the east, and that's a really good direction to blow the water out. And those winds are picking up. The highest right now are just south of the bay, but they are getting closer, and they will be especially from the bay eastward. And so that water still got some more to drop. So I don't remember seeing a tide this low. So we're going to have to go back when this is over and set with and check the numbers. But I think this is going to set some records as far as going out that we've measured recently, at least.
When would you expect it to come back in?
So overnight tonight.
Okay.
So like normally this should have water on it, right? So there's pressure of water trying to push back to get in. The wind is actually forcing against that and pushing it out. As the wind comes down, the pressure of the water will win out, and it'll slowly start to come back. It's not going to be like a tidal wave coming back, but it is going to come back rather quickly. So we don't want people out there running around, and just like what we had during Hurricane Irma, right?
Yeah.
We didn't have anybody hurt coming back from that, but it's definitely going to come back overnight tonight and into the morning tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much for that, Bobby. We're going to head up to Hernando County. We've been checking in with Emerald Morrow throughout the afternoon. She's up at Weeki Wachee, of course, an area that many people visit, very touristy as well.
Yeah.
So let's check in with Emerald.
Can we start this way to not see that first and then I walk over? I'm just not going to have you for IFB because I don't know how close they are to...
We're having
Emerald can't hear us there, unfortunately, and sometimes that happens. It's at times when you're out on doing these live shots, it is so windy out there that it's very difficult to hear. But we do have Angelina Salcido, who's been taking a look at the situation in Tampa. Angie, tell us where you are right now and what you're seeing.
Down power lines, down trees, and tree limbs are going to be an issue here in Tampa. We know several people are without power so far, but take a look behind me. You're going to see a tree limb that actually came down into the road. My photographer Carter actually ended up seeing this firsthand when we were at the stoplight. The homeowner of this home must have heard it because he came outside right away, took some pictures, and immediately called to get the tree limb removed. He and his wife came outside, kind of pushed it to the side to make sure that it wasn't in the middle of the road. And that is not the only limb that we saw down. As we continued to drive down Southwest Shore, we saw more and more limbs down. Obviously stopped for our safety to make sure that we could come back. But these wind gusts right now are no joke. Take a look at the speed limit sign. You're going to see it kind of tossing and turning in the wind. The street sign and the stop sign behind it also doing the same thing. So this is going to be a concern for us here in Tampa as the day continues and conditions continue to deteriorate. It's something that Mayor Castor has mentioned several times today. Tampa Police Chief Mary O'Connor has mentioned it as well. And our own meteorologist basically warning people, stay in your homes because you never know what could come flying at you or what could end up being a projectile because these wind gusts are so strong. We will continue to monitor what's happening in this area. We're getting several reports of down tree limbs and trees as well. We'll make sure to bring you the latest. Reporting in Tampa, Angelina Salcido, 10 Tampa Bay.
No great surprise that with the wind and the saturated soil that we're seeing a lot of trees down. I think we'll continue to see more of that in the days and hours to come.
So from Angie, we're going to go back to Emerald. It looks like we fixed that technical issue there. Emerald, what are you seeing there in Hernando County?
Hey there, I am in Bayport in Hernando County. I'm just going to take this IFB out right now because I'm hearing some feedback, but I'm in Bayport in Hernando County. This is a small coastal community right on the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, conditions are continuing to deteriorate, and what we're seeing out here right now on the Gulf is what we've seen in a lot of our areas on the water. We're seeing the actual seabed right now of the Gulf of Mexico as Hurricane Ian and the winds have pushed that water right on out. So we've had several people who have come out here trying to take in some of the sites, but what the big concern is from a lot of those people, they know that they can't stay out here very long, and their concern is what is going to rush back in when the water starts to push right back into this bay area here. So again, officials are warning you, if you live in an evacuation zone, make sure you heed the warnings and that you get out, because the thing with these evacuation zones, if the conditions get so bad and the winds are very strong, emergency crews and emergency officials are not going to be able to get to you. So again, you can see that the winds are getting a little bit stronger out here. Hernando County is expected to get at least a foot of rain. So in the eastern half of the county, they're very concerned about what's going to happen because there are some low-lying areas that will see some localized flooding. So they say if you have seen localized flooding in the past, again, you're going to see it. So make sure that you're careful. Again, shelters are open. They're not at capacity. So if you do not have a place to go, you want to get there very, very soon because, again, the conditions are continuing to change. But we're going to safely continue to monitor what's happening out here. And we'll, of course, keep you posted on what we learn. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
You know, it is amazing that you can see that seabed in Hernando County. It's just such an unusual thing. It's very different from just low tide.
Right. I mean, going from what we saw in Tampa and then going up to Emerald, it is incredible to see because we don't see it very often.
Right. Malik Rankin is in Tampa right now. Malik, where are you and what are you seeing?
You guys, I'm here in the Tampa Heights neighborhood in Tampa, and you can see some of the worst damage that I've seen so far here today. This massive tree toppled over on top of a truck further down this block. We also know there's some power lines down. The police department is aware of this, but you know, at 5:30 this evening, we heard from our city officials, from the Tampa mayor, the police chief, the fire chief. They are sending crews out, but the priority right now is to clear main roadways so that if emergency services need to get through, they can. This is a residential neighborhood. We're off of Francis Street in Tampa Heights. And for these people, I mean, this truck, it's not going anywhere. There are trees and branches all over the streets throughout here. And of course, we're checking with our crews that are in the studio to make sure we're able to report this safely to you. Now, in hearing from Mayor Jane Castor, she did say in her press conference at 5:30 that a shelter in place is now in effect for Tampa. We've been showing you guys images of people along Bayshore Boulevard that are roaming the sidewalks there. They're trying to take videos and selfies of the water that has receded in this area. I've heard it from every single city official today. Stay clear of that area. We're showing you these images so that you don't have to go out and do it for yourself, because something like this could happen and hurt you in the area that you're at. And now also hearing from Tampa police, part of why they are reiterating this message so many times is because if you're out and about, you're pulling their resources so that their officers can make sure you're okay instead of them being able to respond to other areas. Now, giving you just a last look here, this massive tree, we're in Tampa Heights. We are in a neighborhood here in Tampa off of Francis Avenue. Massive tree toppled over. And when we heard from Mayor Jane Castor earlier today, she said, don't let what's happening so far let you lower your caution, because the worst is yet to come for this area, and they will be monitoring every minute of this storm for the next 12 to 24 hours in particular, as we can see more heavy winds, Cat 1 force winds coming through our area, storm surge waters coming, flash flooding through this area as we keep getting this rainfall consistent throughout the day. I hope you guys are heeding these warnings. Shelter in place now in effect for Tampa. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Malik. So from Tampa, we're going to start talking about Sarasota, where just about a half an hour ago, we heard from the Emergency Operations Center there saying that their team is prepared, making sure that the generators are up and running, ready to go, satellite phones ready as well. Jennifer Titus has been monitoring that area for us. Jen, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Caroline, you can see right here why they are still telling people to stay off of the roads. These wind gusts really have not stopped continuing just to come in here in Sarasota County. We know that there are so many people without power right now. Some shelters have no power right now. Our hotel, thank goodness, we're seeing it flicker on and off, but the power, for the most part, is on and it is full with evacuees. Many people heeding those warnings to evacuate. We heard from the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Center a little bit earlier today, who said that they are getting calls in, people looking for help, but they just can't get there. So they do have medical guidance on the 911 calls for those people who decided not to evacuate. But again, these wind gusts are just making it too dangerous for emergency personnel to get out on the road. So they're really asking for people to just stay in place, hunker down. Take a look. This tree right here, we've been watching literally for the past couple of hours, about to be uprooted right there. You can see how strong this wind is going. Every single minute, another frond from the tree there coming this way. It's that wind and it's that rain that are just making the elements, dangerous for anybody to go outside, to drive outside. We've heard reports of major trees, major power lines down, and that's the problem. You don't want to be driving around when you see a power line, when you see trees, when you see these wind gusts continuing to be dangerous. I mean, we're talking to the point where emergency personnel can't even go on the road. It's why you shouldn't be out on the road here, and why you should stay safe. Like we said, a lot of people staying in the hotels who have evacuated. They're going to be here for the next 24 hours or so as this storm continues to make its way through the Sarasota area, and the wind just continues to just really wreak havoc here. The gusts really not slowing down yet. We're hoping within the next couple of hours it's going to be daunting as that rain comes, and of course tomorrow watching to see how much water is where and what damage really is out there. We'll be able to get a better look by then. For now, we're going to stay here like everyone else at our hotel as that wind, those wind gusts and that rain just really continues, and these conditions continue to deteriorate.
So Jen, each time we've come to you, we've seen these gusts. I mean, it's obvious as it's, moving your jacket around, as it's, hitting those palm trees there. Has it been consistent? We come back to you over and over, and it seems consistent. With the wind gusts?
I would say for the past couple of hours, it's just been major wind gusts. We've kind of talked this with Hurricane Irma, right? I was in the same exact area, and I don't remember the wind like this. I'm not hearing it howl like I did a few hours ago, but it is continuing, and that's why crews are still not on the road. We know down in Venice, they turned off the potable water, and they are not turning that back on until those wind gusts again are below 35 miles an hour. Again, up in Manatee County, also a water issue up there. More than 15% of the lift stations without power. They're asking people to conserve the water up there. I've talked about, I have family up and down this area. This is where I'm born and raised, talking to family members and friends, everyone without power. More than 1.3 million people without power right now. And the wind being a really major cause of that. We actually have some TECO men here at the hotel with us, and they're ready to go. They say we can't go yet. They're hoping by tomorrow morning these wind gusts go down and they can get out there and they can try to get people restored. But yeah, that wind is just really what we're seeing consistent here.
Jen, can I ask you one more question? I know it's very busy out there for you right now, but earlier today the governor mentioned that when emergency crews cannot get to people, that what they do is they take a log, and then when they can, they will be able to respond. Is that what you're hearing from out there as well, now that they are limited in being able to respond to some of the 911 calls?
Are you hearing that they're taking a log for people who need emergency calls that can't get it? Are you hearing anything about that?
They're really trying to figure out what those calls are. Is it calls because people are stranded? Is it calls because people are in emergency, need that help? When we heard the officials at the Sarasota County EOC speak earlier. They said they were going to make contact with the Sarasota Sheriff's Office to really see what those calls are for. We just know when those calls come in, they are helping as much as they can possible over 911, taking the information down, and then they will get to the people that need the help when it is safe to do so.
Jen, let me ask you, the people staying in that hotel there, are these folks that evacuated to that hotel, or are these primarily emergency crews that are responding or at least positioning themselves?
The entire hotel is evacuees. I think it's just me and my photographer Gordon who are the only ones who are not evacuees. They took this seriously. We've been talking to them all day. They're coming from Longboat Key, they're coming from Siesta Key, some of them just literally 3 blocks away who are just along the Sarasota Bay, a few mobile home communities in Bradenton. A lot of them evacuated just this morning. They weren't going to wait out any longer. They've made their way here. And not only did they make their way here, they made their way here with pets. Here, we'll walk over here. I'm going to show you. We can probably get a shot. I don't know if we can get a shot inside or not, but like literally it's kind of like in the darkest of times, sometimes you have these like just heartwarming images of just true community, and people are inside this hotel. Every single one has evacuated, waiting to see what's, if there has been any damage to their home, to their property, any flooding, but they're coming together. There's card games going on. They have their animals. They've kind of, forgotten the rules about pets. This hotel has let the animals come in. So lots of dogs walking around, lots of people just being neighborly, hanging out with each other, having conversations. So yeah, every single person in there is evacuee. And that's for all the hotels around here. You can't find a hotel room. It's all evacuees who have taken those mandatory evacuations seriously.
And Dave, last night we heard from the governor when he mentioned that they had reached out to the hotels in the state saying, we don't want people to leave their pets behind. Therefore, if you have pet policies, please ease them so that, families can get in there.
Yeah, there's so many people who just feel like they can't leave because they have an animal, they have a person who's not a mobile person. They feel like they need to stay in their home. They're concerned that perhaps if they leave, they won't be able to get back. Maybe their home might be looted. All these kind of things. They are legitimate concerns, but again, the goal here is to save lives, and that's the number 1 priority for the state and for all these communities.
Absolutely, yeah. And it looks like we have some images right now from downtown Tampa as we do our anchor rotation. Anchor Courtney Robinson getting us some of these images here. This is down trees, as you can see there in downtown Tampa. So here's what we're getting from TPD on this one. This is a massive tree that went down. This is a 300 block of West Francis Avenue near downtown Tampa. It took down power lines as well. TPD, Tampa Police, again reminding people to shelter in place. You see the images here. You see the video there of this tree down. It's massive. I mean, look how big that is in the area. And them, making sure that they put that warning out yet again.
Yeah, and it looks like when you see the root ball, it looks like it the root ball just kind of gave way in that saturated soil and just toppled over with those high winds, Bobby.
Very, very lucky it went into the street.
Yeah,
exactly.
It didn't go on those houses.
Yeah.
Very, very lucky there. The winds are very, very high, especially south and east now of Tampa. We have that extreme wind warning. This is very, very high winds. And that's, of course, you can see where the center of the hurricane is right now as it's spinning off to the north and the east. This eye wall is shrinking. It'll start collapsing a little bit, but this is likely to extend up towards Avon Park and up into Polk County, okay? So that's the very high wind. Now, we're talking South Tampa here. You just saw that video. St. Pete's been seeing gusts well into the 70s now. That's these outer rain bands. So all of this here, as it moves to the northeast, is going to continue to put these gusts in the 70s, perhaps even into the 80s. Again, as we were talking earlier, this is when we're going to start to see those trees go down and the power go out. But the highest wind is likely to be out here where you see the reds here moving off to the north and the east. So let's talk about this. There we go. There's the winds now. The gusts now in Tampa are going into the 60s, 70s. Now, as we get towards St. Pete, 70 in Sarasota, they're starting to lighten up just a little bit. Gusts in Sarasota and Venice, even Bradenton, have been near 80 for a better part of this afternoon, early this evening. Now those are coming down a little bit. Notice the difference over on the East Coast. or not even the East Coast, 33-mile-per-hour wind right now in Sebring with just a few higher gusts. And Citrus County, Hernando County, we're not seeing much at all there. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts out at Clearwater. So the forecast wind, this is for the Tampa area over the next 12 hours or so. Here's where we are now, right? We are going to go up just a little bit through about midnight tonight, and then gradually overnight tonight, that's going to come back down. What you're seeing out there right now will likely stick around, or maybe a little bit more wind, especially in the Tampa area, eastern Hillsborough County, eastern Manatee, of course, Polk and Hardy counties. That will stick around until we get past about 3, 4 in the morning, as things will slowly start to slow down just a little bit. We just got an update at 6 o'clock. The winds now are down to 130 miles per hour. 130 miles per hour. This is over land. It's east-northeast right now of Sarasota. It's about 15 miles east-northeast of Sarasota. I think that's what it is. The bug is right there. But you can see 85-mile-per-hour winds is the forecast as we get into it later tonight. 15 miles east-northeast of Punta Gorda. Thanks, guys, for pulling that down. And then you can see it's a tropical storm by the time we get towards tomorrow. I think midday, it's early afternoon. And then it takes that turn all the way up across out into the Atlantic. I want to read some numbers for you. So we've been seeing some reports, right, of winds. We've been reporting you those. These are confirmed numbers from the National Weather Service. Cape Coral, wind gust, 140 miles per hour. That was obviously earlier today when the hurricane came through. It made landfall near there with 150 mile per hour winds. What was this? Fort Myers, 100 mile per hour wind gust. Tarpon Point, 100 mile per hour wind gust. Estero, a 95 mile per hour wind gust. Punta Gorda, 124 in Punta Gorda. Grove City, 110 mile per hour wind gust. Ruskin, where the weather service is, Sun City Center, not too far from Apollo Beach, 85 mile per hour wind gust at the weather office there in Ruskin. Bartow in Polk County, and the highest winds haven't even gotten there yet. We've seen a gust of 70 miles per hour, all right? Hurricane force winds are 74 and above. You're going to get some gusts, probably 70s and 80s as it comes by. Venice, 82 mile per hour wind gusts so far. Venice probably has seen a little bit more than that in some locations because they were very close to that northern eye wall. Sarasota Bay, this is a marker just offshore, right out in the bay. 106 mile per hour wind gusts. That's not too far from the Van Wezel, from the St. Armand Circle. And then Sarasota Bradenton Airport recorded 86 mile per hour wind gusts. Yes, guys, that does a lot of damage. I think in the Tampa area, those numbers will be just a little bit less as the center went right across southeastern Sarasota County. But you can see where Tampa is, and it's going to be a little bit removed off towards the east. 951 is the pressure right now, so that's coming up. All right, Natalie, I got to ask you a question here. 150 mile per hour winds with landfall today. Tied us with Charlie. Is it number 4 for Florida?
Number 4 for Florida, 5th, tied with other hurricanes for the U.S.
For the U.S.
Yeah,
so
the 4th for Florida.
When Ian made landfall today, it was tied for the top 5 strongest hurricanes to make landfall in the U.S., top 4 to make landfall in the state of Florida. This does not happen that often. You know, we haven't seen a whole lot of video. You've seen a lot on social media. I've been tweeting it out. It's Bobby D. Weather, follow that. I can't believe some of the video that's coming out of the Fort Myers area, and I'm tweeting as much as I can find. Wait till everything clears out and things quiet down. You're going to see some real devastation down there. You can see what a 150 mile per hour hurricane can do. I don't know if you haven't seen this. I compared this to Charlie. The thick line here is Charlie back in 2004. The thin line is Ian, which we're dealing with right now. Look how close these two are. I mean, this, you can see, look at this, coming across Cuba. And then look at the track from Cuba to here. That's Punta Gorda, where it made landfall. Punta Gorda right in there. Ian is right in here. And then the track even further going up to the north is very similar, except for it looks like Ian will turn a little bit more and come into the Carolinas, whereas Charlie, I was actually working in North Carolina at the time and had to cover that as it came through. Nothing like what they saw in the Punta Gorda area. So right now you can see the latest forecast track shows it moving off and falling apart gradually as it does. It should keep tropical storm status. I mean, still a hurricane right now. This is a Category 4 hurricane right now. All right, but it will be dropping down, I think, pretty quickly into a Category 1 hurricane by the time we get past midnight tonight, and then we're down in the tropical storm as the center is still filling in and moving over towards the Space Coast, and then on up and again into the Carolinas. They will have a little bit of a surge threat. They've got tropical storm warnings here along the coast. They actually have hurricane watches for this area right here in southern parts of South Carolina up into Georgia, as they want to make sure, because it could get winds upwards of 75 miles per hour. So here are our watches. We currently obviously have the hurricane warnings in effect, and you can see obviously they've been extended to the north and the east because of that track. But tropical storm force winds likely for everybody in west central Florida, in central Florida for that matter, for the next several hours, because of the fact that as this thing weakens, it actually spreads out its wind field as well. Look at the watches and warnings that have moved up the coast. The yellow are tropical storm watches, but the blue are warnings. And then the little pink outline here is showing you that it's a hurricane watch are in effect for them. So yeah, tropical storm warnings, maybe hurricane force winds for the coastal sections of Georgia and South Carolina. The Bahamas have a tropical storm warning in effect now because of the winds on the east side of it. Obviously there's nothing to the west of it, but the whole storm itself doesn't have much to the west. If you look at this, that's what, maybe about 50, 60 miles to the west. Meanwhile, you go out at almost 200 miles to the east of this thing where you still have rain bands. It's a little bit of wind shear that's kind of pushing it from the west here, west-southwest, and so that'll help keep that at bay. It is going to be pulling in some drier air. You kind of see that right now. We need to get it on shore a little bit more because it's obviously picking up moisture off of the Gulf of Mexico. But that's all part of this thing trying to slow down a little bit, try to dry it up a little bit, try to decrease those winds, bring up the pressure, which in tropical situations or storms, higher pressure means a weaker storm. And that is happening, 951 millibars right now. This center line here is the track from the National Hurricane Center. They shifted it, this part of it, maybe just a touch to the right. They've been pretty much going across southeastern parts of Polk County here for some time, and then up and along and just east of Orlando, right across the beach line, going out towards Cape Canaveral, out towards Cocoa Beach. This backside, though, this is the highest wind, and that is the heaviest rain that we will be seeing in this area for Ian, and it's happening right now. So Tampa, St. Pete, of course, but all the way back down to Lakewood Ranch and all the way down, really down to Venice still. Venice still getting some very heavy rainfall, and of course all the way parallel with that line up through Polk County. So Polk County, let's think about this. 2 days ago, the forecast track was out here. 2.5 days ago it was out here, right? And then it was right up against the coast, and we thought, all right, well, it's coming north, so the highest winds are going to, and rain are going to be right here along the coast. And Polk County, you know, tropical storm warning maybe. In fact, when we first started this, Polk County only had a tropical storm warning. There were hurricane warnings along the coast. Now, you've got the hurricane coming right over top of you. It is weakening, but it is going to be coming right over top of you. So, you know, these things are fickle, and that's how this time of the year is, and that's why you always see us and all these things on TV and say, have your hurricane kit, have your plan ready. You never know. And when you're tracking something like this, top 4 in the state. In the state's history. That's saying something there. Here's the radar close up. This area right here where you see the reds, extremely high winds. That's where we have that extreme wind warning. So Hardy, DeSoto counties, Wauchula, down to almost to Port Charlotte still. They're still dealing with it. This is getting better when you get down towards wind and rain for Port Charlotte, towards Inglewood, down towards Venice. Still some good wind and some still heavy rainfall. But you can see where those reds are is where we're going to see the heaviest of it push through. So charge things up, get ready for potential power outages. Those numbers have been climbing. I think we're up to almost 1.4 million in the state now. And certainly the best chance in our neck of the woods to see those power outages is going to be along, including the I-75 corridor, but I say along and east of it, but certainly along that I-75 corridor as well too. And that really goes back out to the coast. I mean, you saw what happened in South Tampa, you know, it just takes one big tree to go down and take out the power lines. So then with the saturated ground that we've seen, rainfall rates 3-4 inches per hour. We're talking 15-20 inches of rainfall, especially eastern Hillsborough into Polk County. I think most areas back into Tampa, Carrollwood, down to Bradenton. Bradenton might get a little bit more, but about 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. And you get into western parts of Pinellas County, western Pasco, Hernando, and we're talking about 4 to 8 inches of rainfall out of this. Now, the winds will continue to push northeastward. So Lakeland not reporting now. Frostproof's got a 23 mile per hour wind. That's likely to go to 40-something, 50-something sustained just in the next couple of hours. So I know we haven't seen a lot of action in Polk County, but here it comes. And Davis Islands, you can see basically sitting right in here. The wind is still blowing out of the north and the east. We've got gusts in Tampa at 61, and we're going to keep those through Davis Islands as well, down through Apollo Beach. All generally still out of the north and the northeast. That wind direction is not going to change until we get to later this evening when we'll see more of a northwesterly wind. 53-mile-per-hour wind gusts now in Clearwater, 39 up in Brooksville. This is the peak wind gust that we've seen from the ASOS stations. Those are our automatic weather stations, automated. 82s for Venice and Sarasota, 77 in St. Pete, 68 in Tampa. Anything that is 58 miles per hour or higher would qualify as a severe thunderstorm. So if we were tracking storms in the summertime and we're looking at, oh, this thing's got a lot of wind in it, if the Weather Service thinks it's got more than 58, 60 mile per hour winds in it, they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning. We've had widespread gusts like that across the area today, and that will increase into Polk County over the next couple of hours. Meanwhile, Crystal River, you know, you get a little bit of a break. Don't have to deal with the surge, and you've got wind gusts in the 20s at this particular point. Sarasota has been really getting hit hard, so here's your forecast through the evening hours. These are sustained winds, right? A steady wind that is coming down as we go through the evening hours and overnight tonight. It will start to come in more. Right now you can see it's out of the north, but it will come in more out of the northwest and then eventually west-northwest by the time we get into tomorrow morning. At the same time that wind is shifting, we will actually be basically pushing that to the north and the west, and water would come onshore. I mean, you're looking at a hurricane, you got onshore winds. That would give you surge. But at the same time that wind is turning onshore, it's decreasing. So again, along the immediate beaches, you may notice a little bit higher water levels. If you're even up, this is in the middle of the night tonight that's going to happen. And I don't think it's going to be a major surge issue for those locations. Tomorrow looks even better. Wake up in the morning with those sustained winds in the Sarasota area in the 30s. And Tampa's not too different from this. And then falling back down through the 30s into the 20s for the afternoon hours. There's the radar now. You can see we've got 125 mile per hour winds. We just got the 7 p.m. update, so it's continuing to decrease, at least for winds. Pressure is going to go up. It did. It's up at 955. That was 951. And the movement is still at northeast at 8 miles per hour. This has generally been going around 10 miles per hour, but it's been gradually kind of slowing down a little bit today. I don't think it slows too much more from what it's doing right now, but a slow-moving storm like that, it's just going to keep spinning like this. So now it's going to have more time to put down some heavy rainfall. And that's why some of our modeling is suggesting that strip right there gets 15 to 20 inches. Some spots could even see 25 inches. As a result, we have a flood watch. You know, go figure, right? That goes in effect until 2 a.m. on Friday morning. Covers the entire, basically, southern half of the state. And will likely go to the north. These areas that are in the green here, these are the rivers that have already reached flood stage. And that was before Ian got here, right? So those are really going to swell, especially east of I-75. We don't have much. That's the Anclote River. And again, I'm still worried about that because it's all got to come down. But these are really going to swell over the next couple of days. While I'm here, flash flood warning, this big one. This is that northwest quadrant of the storm, and that just means, look, there's a lot of rain, and it's going to stay there for a couple of hours, and it's going to come down at a very heavy rainfall rate. So flooding, and even spots that don't normally flood very much could see some flooding in that particular area. And of course, we also had that extreme wind warning there. This is the spot where the flood warning is. Look at Arcadia up to Wauchula, that Highway 17 corridor. Extremely heavy rainfall at this time. This is what we've seen so far. Radar estimates, almost 16 inches of rain for Venice area, southeast towards Inglewood, which these places just got hit so hard. 10 inches in Port Charlotte, 5 for Arcadia, almost 6. We did get 6, at least that's the again, radar estimates. The radar can see the rain coming down and just kind of adds it up. This is not a bucket that's at the airport. We'll figure that one out officially, but that's where the heaviest rain is. Let's go through the timing now, through the evening hours. This is 7 o'clock now, right? Let's move it to the north and the east and stop at around 11:30. Look at the Fort Myers area, Southern Highlands, DeSoto County. Still some rain left over in southern Sarasota County, but it's starting to dry up a little bit. And you notice the heaviest rain is moving through Polk County. Right, that northwest quadrant is right there in northwest Polk County, and that's going to bring some of the heavier rainfall. So I-4, that's through tonight. So if you think you're trying to get back in and you went to Orlando or something like that, you don't need to be on the roads at all today or tonight. Let's wait till tomorrow afternoon. This is in fact 5 in the morning tomorrow, and the center is still out here east of Orlando. You can see the heavy rain up towards Daytona Beach. But now we've got north to northeast winds that are turning north to northwest, and they're coming down. See the northwest at 40? That's the wind forecast. Steady wind now for Tampa at 5 in the morning. All right, but now we've got winds in the 40s and 50s now with gusts well in the upper 60s. So that will change a little bit. And then you can see it's going to pull away. This is tomorrow afternoon around 6 o'clock, and it's offshore. So things will definitely look a lot better. Now, here's the good news about anything. You get a storm this time of year, late September, October, you usually have some dry air, cooler air to the north. And because this is going to take a track like this and then curve back up a little bit, it's going to not only pull down some cooler and drier air behind it now, but it'll reinforce that. And we're actually going to have some really nice weather on the backside of this that'll last us 5, 6, 7 days. But heavy rainfall moving all the way up I-95. If you had somebody that perhaps went to Atlanta or something like that, they're going to have to watch for some heavy rain. I don't think it's going to be terrible up there, but again, they do have hurricane watches for parts of the Georgia and South Carolina coast. Wind speed forecast. Just updated the model here, so I'll show you some of the fresh numbers that we have. Sarasota, this is about now, so that steady winds in the 50s. Same thing with Bradenton. St. Pete, a little less than that. But notice as we go through about midnight, it's 11 o'clock tonight, some decrease in the winds as they turn a little bit more to the north. And then by 2, 3 in the morning, they're turning to the northwest, and we're going to see winds down in the 30s and 40s with higher gusts. So anytime you see a steady wind that I'm showing you, in this setup, you add about 15 miles per hour on top of that, and that's what you're going to get for your wind gusts. It's really important with the wind direction when we start talking about pushing water around. But again, because of the fact that, say, you're up here in Citrus County, you need something like this blowing in this direction to give you storm surge. It's actually blowing a little bit other direction. Now, when you get down towards Pinellas County, Dunedin, Tarpon, and you do have a little bit more of an onshore wind here, at that time, I mean, you look at the Tampa numbers, we're 20s and 30s for sustained winds. That does kick the tides up. There will be higher water levels there, but it's not anything that's going to be any kind of terrible flooding or anything like that. Then as we get into tomorrow morning, this is mid-morning, things start to look a whole lot better for us. Those winds going down the 20s and 30s, and gusts will be just a little bit above that. And certainly as we get towards Thursday night and Friday, things will definitely be calming down. That wind that you see right there, teens, perhaps some 20s, that'll be bringing in some of that drier air. So here we go. This is kind of rounded all up for right now. The main takeaways, it made landfall twice. Okay, we had the first one at 3:05. Now, what time was that second one?
4:35.
4:35 near Punta Gorda.
Yeah.
We'll just go with near Punta Gorda. Yeah. But that one, what will happen now is that will go down as 4th tied for the state, 5th for the country. That's records right there. Highest winds and surge were near the landfall down near Port Charlotte. The surge issue is basically coming down now. Even down there where we had the biggest issue, right? The center is onshore now. The winds are decreasing. They will not see as high winds, high water levels as they have already seen. So that will gradually get better. That doesn't take long to drop either. That'll be dropping each hour as we go through tonight. Near hurricane gusts, though, are still expected along and east of I-75, some in Pinellas County as well. There is still that tornado threat inland, although the tornado watch, guys, has now moved over to the East Coast. So we're going to keep an eye on it. We haven't seen a whole lot. I don't really want to jinx it, so we'll definitely keep an eye on the radar for that, guys.
All right, Bobby Deskins keeping us updated. And, you know, it's one of these things where I know that we're still not through this yet, right? We breathe a little sigh of relief, but we have to remember that yet again, Southwest Florida has taken the hit for us. And there are a lot of people that are going to be dealing with some serious damage, and we hope not loss of life.
Well, yeah, let's hope not. And it's important to remind people, too, that you become kind of used to sometimes hurricanes not taking a direct hit from hurricanes here in the Tampa Bay area. It could have been us, and we're certainly feeling the effects. We will see the extent of damage later on. It may seem like to some of you who don't have damage at your home that this was not a big deal. Wait till you see the damage. It's going to be an absolute mess.
I do want to let you know about this because we're just getting this in from Pinellas County. There's a large amount of construction debris on US Highway 19, so it's closed in both directions between Ulmerton Road and 110th Avenue. So again, US Highway 19 closed in both directions between Ulmerton and 110th Avenue. You shouldn't be out on the roads anyway. However, that is a closure right there because we want to make sure, being out on the roads, as we've said, and you've heard so many leaders say as well, it is limiting what they're able to do and also puts you in danger. If you're just now joining us, I'm Courtney Robinson.
And I'm Dave Wagner. It's great to have you here. Want to also mention Richfield was telling us about damage down in Mayaca City, reported damage southeast Manatee County down there, east of Sarasota. Trees down, roofs damaged, pool cages blown away. So damage extensive throughout our area. Angelina Salcido is in Tampa right now, keeping an eye on things for us there. Angie, last we checked in with you. You were seeing some downed trees, a lot of wind. What are you seeing right now?
Dave, well, now it's down power lines. We are literally right next to Raymond James, and the road on North Himes is actually blocked by TPD going both directions right now because of a downed power line. And they are making sure that they are blocking the road right now because they don't want people driving into this kind of thing. Spoke with an officer not too long ago. He told me that power lines are actually falling left and right. Down Northdale Mabry, there are about 4 to 5 power lines that are currently down right now. And this is just the start of the evening and the start of the night. So they want to make sure that people heed caution. They want to make sure that people are paying attention as well. It is extremely important. Courtney and Dave, you guys just mentioned it right now. People should not be on the roads right now. The officer that I just spoke to from Tampa Police literally just told me that right now. They feel a little bit uneasy about being on the roads themselves, but they have to stay here to make sure that people are safe and that they don't drive into danger because TECO power crews are not going to come out and fix this right now. We heard Mayor Jane Castor talk about it a little bit earlier. She basically said that TECO crews have been grounded until the winds subside, and so that is why they have to block the road. Not the only crew that you're going to see here blocking the roads up and down Tampa, so we just want to make sure that people at home heed caution, that they are paying attention, and of course, we'll keep you guys updated with what we see. We just want to make sure that everybody is safe. Live in Tampa, Angelina Salcido, 10 Tampa Bay.
190,000 customers without power right now.
Angie, can you tell me again which cross streets you're at?
So we are literally standing at North Himes. It's right next to Raymond James Stadium, right next to the field where they practice at as well. We obviously know that the team is not here. Yes, it's a very busy area. So we haven't seen very many people driving up and down here, which is good. We have seen some people come down and have to be redirected by Tampa Police. But again, once again, we heard Mayor Jane Castor say it earlier, and the chief as well, and even this officer that I spoke to not too long ago, you shouldn't be here. It is important for you to stay home. The winds and the rain just starting to pick up. It's going to continue to get worse throughout the evening, so make sure that you're paying attention, you're informed, and you're connected.
All right, Angelina Salcido live for us there in Tampa, again reiterating the fact that TECO, because it's not safe, unable to go out to restore power, and we are seeing some down lines. I've heard from neighbors of mine in Tampa who say they've lost power just for a little bit and it's come back on here and there. Earlier this morning, we spoke with TECO, and we asked about priority, many things we asked about, but priority, how do they prioritize what comes back on? And this stuck out to me. If you're, it would be like fire stations, hospitals, nursing homes, so those types of facilities, that's, where the priority is. Also important to point out, troopers, we heard, Pinellas, Pasco, Polk, they're also not on the roads.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a good point. They keep an eye on the bridges, of course, and what they do is they patrol up and down like the Howard Franklin, the Gandy, those kind of things to make sure that there's no water or debris on there.
Up in the sky, we have hurricane hunters that are always monitoring, and they've been doing that since Ian started to form. And we actually had a meteorologist on one of those flights. We have some video of that. Let's look. Producer to be loud. Okay, so you are looking at the hurricane hunters as they are flying over Ian. We do have, as you can see, a crew on there, a meteorologist with a photojournalist, and I mean, incredible right there what we're seeing. Looks, you know, like as they're right over top of this, and the meteorologist who's on this flight, they'll land. They've done several flyovers.
This is the fourth one.
Right, that's right, and they'll land about 9 o'clock, and after they land, we'll bring you a report on that as well.
They actually fly into the eye of the hurricane there, which is an amazing thing. I heard reports from that flight saying they have never been on a rockier flight in all their lives. The bunks were bouncing up and down. Apparently, it was a very, very rough flight for them on this fourth one.
Have you ever flown with the hurricane?
I have not.
I have not
it's
either.
It's a C-130
Yes.
is the plane that flies, but it is you know, it's a rough and tumble job. It's you're
What's
really
important
rocking and rolling
work.
up there.
It's important work because, you know, we have these men and women who are, you know, right there flying over these major hurricanes to gather data so that we know what to potentially anticipate. And, you know, there's all types of, you know, science.
We all, hey, Bobby, let me just ask you while we have a second here. When you fly into one of these, and I know you're not piloting the plane, of course, but when you fly a C-130 into the eye of a hurricane, what kind of things are you looking for, and how can that really help us at this point of the storm?
So for us at this point of the storm, it's not doing anything for us. No. We know where it is. We can see with radar how fast it is as well too. Now there is some, when they get in there, they can tell us some other things about gusts and things like that they can remember, that they can measure. But what we get from them is all the data that goes into it before the hurricane gets here. Because you know everybody wants to see the spaghetti plots, right? Which model's this? I like that model, I don't like that model, that type of thing. Those models use data from the hurricane hunters to initialize. And if you put good data in, you tend to get good data out. But when they're forming out over the open ocean or the Caribbean, right, there's not that much out there. So we don't have a lot of data. So when we get those planes to fly in there and get that data, they tell us the pressure. They tell us, you know, it's unorganized. And then the models start running on it, right? We got all these lines, and then all of a sudden, actually, if you throw up one of the spaghetti plots, if you don't mind for me, Rich, please. And then the models are spitting these lines all over the place, right? Well, we say, oh, don't get too worried right away because this model started here, the other one started here. You know, we don't know where the center is. When those planes get out there and they're able to find out where that actual center is, that data goes into the models. In the next run, you see all of them. You guys probably jump over to weather too if you can. You'll see all of them switch back. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. Then you'll see all of them start at the same exact spot. And then that really helps this end of it here. So I mean, this is 2 days away. And look at the spread, right? If you're in Myrtle Beach or Wilmington, Oak Island, you're going, oh no, that's not good. If you're down here in Jacksonville, it's going to go right over top of you, right? It actually will be closer a little bit more to Jacksonville than it will be there, at least first. But that data goes in there. And then those guys, I mean, they're bouncing around. They can't go too low. They used to go low, but they got saltwater air intrusion in the engines just because it's spit up with the wind off of the ocean. They fly through the storm. The P3s, the big C-130s, what they call punch the eye. They go right through the eye wall, back through the eye. And I think she was actually on the one that had all the lightning and one of the roughest rides that they've ever had. I think
she's been on all, I think all four.
Well, there was another meteorologist on there that flies. He's been flying there the last 6 years, and he posted something on Twitter saying that was the roughest ride that he had. But so here's the storm here. And say down in the Caribbean, those planes crisscross right across the center. Then they take the G4s, the Gulf Streams, those jets, and they fly those around the outside. And then they take measurements there. So now you've got a really good picture of the whole atmosphere around the system. And that way you really get to see where's the shear. If it turns to the right, is it going to run into shear? In this case of Ian, when it was down in the Caribbean, way down in the Caribbean, we were looking at a cold front coming across the southeast. It was right about in this area here. We're like, well, how strong is that? That was a trough that was coming. Is that enough to pick it up and turn it out to sea, turn it to the right? They were flying planes along the edge of that trough, along that front, to get data and put all of that into the computer models. And in fact, we watch all the National Weather Service radars are at National Weather Service office, right? They launch weather balloons twice a day, once at 7 a.m., once at 7 p.m. They were doing extra balloon launches, not only here, but up to the north in the Great Lakes region in the Northeast, because we wanted to see what that trough was, how strong it was, how fast it was moving, because that would tell us how this thing is turning. So from ground instruments, from balloons that go up, to those guys in the hurricane hunters, I mean, all of this is data that goes into it. And the cool thing about the hurricane hunters is you can get this on your computer. You can get live recon.
And also, they might be some of your neighbors, because many of them live here in Tampa. They live in Lakeland as well, because they're based out of Lakeland. So you may have met a hurricane hunter or someone who works with the hurricane hunters, and important, not just Lakeland, also Keesler and Mississippi as well. But on the ground, we have teams all across Tampa Bay and all of our counties to make sure that you know what's happening in your neighborhood, whether you've traveled out of town or you are still here. Our Brent Solomon, he is in Lakeland. And Brent, what are you seeing there right now? I know earlier Aaron Parsegian was showing us some down branches.
We are in Lakeland right now, downtown on Pine and Florida Avenue, and I want to show you just how fierce the winds are here from Hurricane Ian. Take a look at this railroad crossing, and you can see that one of the signals have actually been clipped in half. It is now dangling to its side. This is just one of the many effects of Ian that we have seen right here in Polk County. In fact, we're going to show you some video right now as we rode along outside of the downtown Lakeland area, trees down, decorative lights now dangling to the ground. On top of that, traffic signals are now out, and some of those that are still working are also dangling over. Authorities will soon have to get to work to clear all of this damage, but the unfortunate fact is that there could be much more to come. And that's why authorities are reminding you not to be outside right now if you don't have to, especially as it becomes darker outside. You just don't know what is covering the roadways, and you don't know if the road has actually given way itself. That's why authorities are all gathered right now inside of the Emergency Operations Center in Polk County, pooling their resources and working to respond to you if there's an emergency. Of course, we're all over this big weather story. Stay with 10 Tampa Bay through the evening, into the night, and tomorrow morning as we all work together to get through Ian. That is the very latest from Lakeland. Brent Solomon, we'll send it back to you.
All right. Well, that's the situation there in Lakeland.
Man, Polk County really, there looks like a lot more damage in Polk County than other areas that we've seen so far, aside from Sarasota.
And we sort of saw this coming when the course of the storm changed, because people thought Tampa Bay was going to get the hit. It ended up kind of trekking through, east. People thought they were going to go to Orlando to escape. Unfortunately, they headed in the wrong direction. Rich is keeping an eye on where this storm is right now. Rich, what are you seeing? What's taking place now?
Well, we started with 155-mile-an-hour winds when it made landfall earlier this afternoon. Hurricane Ian now moving north-northeast at about 8 miles an hour, slowed down considerably now that it's made landfall, and will continue to truck across the state of Florida. And that slow movement doesn't bode well for those rainfall totals. So we're going to rack up more and more and more in every county as this thing continues to trek across Florida. So let's take a look at the tornado watch box now. It has moved. You may remember last night when we were on the air, much of the southern part of the state of Florida was under that tornado watch. Now it is all propagated up to the east coast, and it's going to continue to move up to the north. As these outer bands really start to produce more and more of these tornado watches. We had a bunch of tornado reports and sightings and confirmed reports earlier this morning in South Florida, and we're just keeping our eye on the Doppler radar and looking for rotation. There it is on satellite. I mean, this was a huge storm. This was one of the most powerful storms to ever hit the state of Florida. one of the most powerful storms to ever hit the United States. And we'll talk about that in just a couple of seconds, and you can see the lightning strikes involved there. So extreme winds with regard to what is Hurricane Ian. You can see it in the box right there. We're talking about 5 counties right now. There's the eye right there. So we're talking about the backside of the storm now really starting to affect the Tampa Bay area. And now we're starting to see huge amounts of rainfall. And again, we're really watching for those tornadoes to pop up. Current winds, if you're out of the storm right now, I mean, nowhere near the eye of the storm or the heavy rainfall. Again, Dave was talking about this earlier. You may think that, oh gosh, this isn't a bad storm. I mean, look up in Crystal River, sustained winds at about 15 miles an hour, gusts at about 24. Brooksville, not too bad, but boy, you get down towards Sarasota, you've got almost 40-mile-an-hour sustained winds and gusts of nearly 65 miles an hour. Look at Lakeland. I was on Facebook, gosh, I think it was Sunday or Monday. I think it was Monday morning, and I was doing the track of the storm, and people were asking me, hey, I'm inland, I'm in Sebring, I'm in Lakeland, I'm in Frostproof. What's the storm going to look like here? Are we going to get anything? And I was saying to them, well, with the track of the storm now, you're not going to deal with any storm surge, but you are going to deal with some of those outer bands and possibly some strong winds and maybe some tornadic activity and certainly heavy rainfall. And now that the track of Ian has changed, inland communities are the ones that are right in the bullseye as this thing continues to trek right up the state of Florida, right into like Orlando and the Disney area and the Universal area, and then beyond. It's going to go out to sea and just off the east coast of the state of Florida and back out over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream before it curves back up into the Carolinas. There's the forecast winds the next 12 hours. You can see this 50-mile-an-hour winds by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They really drop off. Okay, here you go. This was the 7 o'clock advisory. Sustained winds 125 miles an hour, moving north-northeast at 8. That's central pressure starting to come up just a little bit again. It's located 25 miles north of Punta Gorda, Florida. So we're talking about the tide for the 4th largest hurricane in U.S. history and in Florida history, folks. And you were here for it. We were all here for it, and we're all trying to work through it. Okay, wind speeds at landfall, sustained wind speeds at landfall. Look at some of these numbers. This is crazy. Ian, 150 miles an hour. Charlie, 2004, 150 miles an hour. Irma, 2017, 130 miles an hour. Wilma, 2005, 120 miles an hour. Easy? 1950, 120-mile-an-hour winds. And so this, as I was talking about, the trek of Ian is going to continue across the state of Florida, exit out over the East Coast, back up over the water of the Atlantics, and then on up into South Carolina. And this is all going to be happening by early Friday morning by the time it exits out over the sea. And then there you go. By Saturday night, it's going to be up into North Carolina as a huge low area of low pressure as it starts to peter out. But we're still under tropical alerts all over the state of Florida. The hurricane warnings really haven't changed much since last night. We're all still in a hurricane warning. Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Polk County still in, Hardy, DeSoto, all these counties still under a hurricane warning at this hour. Tropical storm warnings in blue. We've got tropical storm watches in yellow starting to propagate up and through Georgia and South Carolina, even along the coastline of North Carolina now. So this thing isn't over with just yet. Certainly not for the state of Florida, and certainly not for folks to our north either. And we kept telling people about making the exit, the mass exodus, out of the state of Florida going north. We were saying, gosh, that may not be the thing to do because this storm is going to move north. And that's exactly what's happening right now as you see the possible trek from the Hurricane Center out of Miami through Lake Placid, through Orlando, exiting out over Daytona Beach and then out over the Atlantic. So there's the live radar right now. Here we are in the Tampa Bay area. We're just getting the outer bands and some of that medium rainfall coming through the area, but you can see what's yet to come. Look at the lightning strikes involved here in some of our eastern counties and to the southeast of us right now. But Riverview, Brandon, Tampa, Carrollwood, Lakeland, St. Petersburg, all receiving huge amounts of rain right now, and it's about to get even heavier. Current winds around the area, Lakeland, Sustained winds nearly 50 miles an hour, gusts at about 60 miles an hour, and then you get down near frost-proof, not too bad, about 16 mile an hour sustained winds. St. Pete at 35 with gusts near 60 miles an hour. Let's go through some of these peak winds again. Bobby talked about this a little earlier. This is just crazy. Cape Coral, 140 mile an hour winds, gusts. Fort Myers, 100 mile an hour gusts. Tarpon Point, 100 mile an hour gusts. I'll just go through some of the big ones. Punta Gorda, 124 mile an hour gusts. Natalie.
1.6 million customers.
1.6 million customers in the state of Florida without power right now. Wow, just nutty. All right, so here we go. Those peak wind gusts through today. You can take a look at the city that's closest to you and see where you're going to top out at. Sarasota, still in the 80s right now. Crystal River, places to the north through the Nature Coast, only at about 25 miles an hour. So Hurricane Ian, again, it's a powerful storm moving north-northeast at about 8 miles an hour with winds at about 125, and it will continue to move across the state of Florida. Look at all the counties under a flood watch right now. This is an aerial flood watch. This is because of the huge amounts of rain that we're going to be receiving. And remember, it's been raining for a couple of months here in the state of Florida, and the ground is so saturated. There's nowhere for this water to go. So that's why we're going to get this urban flooding all through much of the state of Florida. River flooding until 9 p.m. We've got flash flood warnings in green on your screen for Charlotte, DeSoto, Manatee, Sarasota counties. It's just a huge, huge storm, folks. Flash flood warnings posted for Charlotte, DeSoto in these areas right here located on your screen outline there. Rainfall estimates, Sarasota, 5.9 inches, Venice 16.2, Charlotte 10.1, and then you get a little further north where the rain bands haven't really started to wrap in yet with the huge amounts of rain, 3.7 inches in Bradenton. Wauchula just receiving trace amounts right now. But as we look at Futurecast, looking at who's going to get the biggest rainfall totals, remember in the backside of this storm we're seeing everything start to wrap around now, and we'll also watch the track as we step through this thing. This is 11:30 p.m. tonight. You can see we're moving the entire storm up to the north, almost taking the I-4 corridor, almost following the I-4 corridor right through Orlando and up into Daytona Beach as it starts to exit out over the Atlantic. And then we will start to see some weakening after that, after it makes landfall again near the Charleston area, between Charleston and Raleigh someplace, and then exiting out over the Carolinas and becoming that massive low pressure system that it will become once it starts to die out. So forecast wind speeds, again, let's take a look at some of these. You can watch the timestamp here on the right-hand corner of your screen as we start to step through. By 7:30 tonight, you can see some of the wind speeds and the direction they'll be coming from. I'll step forward just a little bit, go to 11 o'clock tonight. Again, winds start to shift around and everything as we get on that backside of that storm. Most of the winds are going to be out of the north. And that's where we're going to start seeing things really ramp up for places like Lakeland and Tampa, certainly 44 mile an hour gusts. 2 a.m. Tomorrow morning, Lakeland still at 52 mile an hour plus wind speeds. So Bradenton, about 41 mile an hour wind speeds. By Thursday at 5 a.m., the storm is almost near the coast of the east coast of Florida, exiting out of Polk County, heading toward the east coast. And wind speeds start to shift up a little bit more out of the northwest for us because, again, you know, that area of circulation, it rotates in a counterclockwise manner. That big area of low pressure, or that big hurricane, nonetheless. So the winds start to change depending on how this storm starts to move across the state. So advance a little further. I'll go all the way up to Thursday, Friday morning. Look at that. Look how things really start to change. And now just about everybody has that northwesterly flow as the storm starts to exit out of the area and wind speeds start to come way down as the storm exits out. So 3 main takeaways. Ian made landfall at Cayo Costa at 3:05 p.m., 150 mile an hour winds. Wasn't it 155, Natalie? 155 during landfall, that's what I thought. Okay, highest winds and surge near the landfall location, which was Port Charlotte, and near hurricane gusts, heavy rain coming to the Tampa area, in the Tampa area, tornado threat inland, that could also move. The storm could still wobble around for us. So we're just keeping an eye on everything and trying to keep you, informed on what's going on with this particular storm. Guys, back to you.
You know, there are still parts of our community that are really getting hit. That includes Sarasota. Our Jennifer Titus has been in Sarasota for much of the day, and she is joining us now live. Jen, have the conditions improved at all or just continued to deteriorate?
Jen's having a tough time hearing us there, and it's understandable. Are you able to hear us now, Jen? Yeah, tough time. It's difficult when you have this kind of equipment to sometimes hear. We will try to reestablish a connection there. I was just looking at some video coming in from Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. It is unbelievable what I see down there in terms of the flooding, the damage. I mean, it is catastrophic. What I see down that way. So I think we are in for just a real nightmare for folks down there in a long, long period of recovery. And I just hope, I hope people are in a safe place right now.
I spent many years working down there, and I can tell you, Collier County, the sheriff for Collier County said they're dealing with storm surge that they have never dealt with before, and we've seen, just incredible video. There are many people who have, left, but there are also people who are still there. And I will point out that in Collier County, Naples, that area, you have multi-million-dollar homes, And then there are other communities, like Immokalee, which is a migrant community, where there are many mobile homes and people may not have gotten the message that they needed to leave. We hope that they did, but there's damage. And they already were still recovering from Irma as well. Megan Myers also, spent time down in Fort Myers in that area. She now is here with us in Tampa, and she is live along Bayshore to show us what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, well, Courtney, officials here in Tampa are saying that you shouldn't be out on the roads if you don't need to be, but unfortunately, we've still been seeing some people driving through this area. As you can see, the winds are starting to pick up out here, and so is this rain. And we want to go ahead and walk over this way carefully to show you Bayshore Boulevard. Obviously, we've showed you this a couple of times throughout the day. This wind has really just pushed all of this water out, so this area of Bayshore Boulevard that is normally filled with water is all dry right now. Now, this is something similar that we saw when Hurricane Irma came our way in 2017. All of Bayshore Boulevard just looked dried out, and now we're seeing that again right now. Now, the water is going to come back, but in the meantime, officials say you should not go out and try to walk on this water. Now, unfortunately, we also have seen some people coming out here tonight to take some pictures of this. I know it may look really cool, but you don't want to come out here. Officials here in the city of Tampa are saying, hey, you need to hunker down. You need to stay put. Do not go outside unless you truly, truly need to. They say that you should be sheltering in place and taking cover because, trust me, you don't want to be out here. It's pretty windy, it's rainy. Now, we are in a safe area out here, and we want to bring you the latest information and show you these conditions out here, but there's no need for you to be out here. And of course, we are going to continue keeping you updated on these conditions. We hope you guys are all hunkering down and staying safe and listening to those safety officials who are telling you, do not go outside right now. Once again, we are out here in Tampa. The wind has picked up quite a bit. We did show you earlier how the wind was kind of getting a little bit crazy, then things would calm down. Now it's kind of staying crazy out here. So just make sure you're staying inside and staying safe. And of course, we're going to bring you the latest updates. Back to you guys.
Megan Myers live for us along Bayshore Boulevard. And, many people who did evacuate, I've heard from some that said, hey, how's downtown looking? How's this looking? And I'm like, it's the opposite of that storm surge that we anticipated.
That's the crazy thing about this storm. We've reestablished our connection with Jen Titus down in Sarasota. Hopefully you can hear us right now. Jen, what do you see? It looks like it's calmed down just a little bit since we last saw you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Dave. Really, the night has really started to fall here, and for the first time, that wind has died down. I'm not saying it's completely gone, but it's definitely not as gusty as it was an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours ago. That rain still continuing to fall, but here's the problem. Now that the night has fallen, for anything else that has fallen, trees, power lines, you're not going to be able to see that. So they're still really asking for people to stay off of the roads down here. Emergency crews are going to go out first. They're going to assess the damage once the storm completely blows out of here. That's when that will be done, and then they will give all the all clear for people to get back on the roads. I'm talking to people inside the hotel here, and they're asking us, can't we get back? We live on Longboat Key. Like, are the bridges open? And the answer is just no, just don't do that. If you're at a hotel, stay there for the night. It's dark anyway, so when you get back to your house, you're not going to be able to see the extent of damage, of any water on the roads, and that we've talked about, you know, the trees that have fallen, the power lines that have fallen. You can still see the wind blowing here in Sarasota, but again, as strong as it looks, I can tell you it doesn't sound or feel as strong as it has over the past couple of hours. The emergency 911, the calls are coming in, and they're doing the best they can. It's hard for them because they want to help. They want to be able to get to people that need them, but it's just not safe for them. So when those 911 calls come in for Sarasota County, they have medical people on the lines for triage situations to get people the help that they need. We're hearing reports throughout the county of lots of stuff that is down, that debris and things that we mentioned. So they're just asking people to, again, to stay inside. We know there are a lot of power outages still. Power going out as early as 7 o'clock this morning in Manatee and Sarasota counties, and crews want to get that power back on. We have some crews staying here at the hotel with us, and they're just waiting. They're waiting for that all clear. Everybody is waiting for the all clear. They're waiting for the storm to officially blow all of the way out so people can get back to their homes, assess the damage, and these power crews can go and assess the damage and get that power turned on, because we know thousands are still without power tonight. And then tomorrow morning, we, of course, will also go and take a look to see exactly what damage has been done here in Sarasota County.
And it's an entire process, you know, to get out, to make sure that the roads are clear, that it's safe, that the power crews can get in and do the work that they need to do. Jen, we just heard from Sarasota Emergency Management that in Venice, right? The Venice area, there's flooding in homes and flooding on roads. You spoke about a mobile home. Have you had any update on Venice recently? I think we may have lost Jen Titus.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, we do know that they're having flooding down there, as are a lot of parts of Sarasota County and South. We do have Duke Energy on the phone with us right now.
Anna Gibbs joining us.
And Anna, we appreciate you being with us here. We're trying to get kind of a sense as to where you stand with power outages right now. How many people, how many customers are without power right now? And what's being done to try to restore that power at this point?
So right now, just for perspective, Duke Energy serves about 2 million customers throughout Florida. That's 35 counties from Highlands up to, coast to coast up to the Florida-Georgia line. So in Florida right now, of those 2 million customers, we have about 257,000 customers that are unfortunately without power. Obviously, that's due to the storm. And specifically in our Tampa Bay area, Pinellas County for us is one of the hardest hit counties. And in Pinellas alone, we serve pretty much everybody in Pinellas is served by Duke Energy. And as far as customer goes, we serve over 500,000 there. So I share that for perspective. And currently in Pinellas County, we have approximately 165,000 of our customers without power. And as far as what we're doing, so even before the storm ever hit, we have to get our resources here to Florida. And resources are line crews, those are linemen, vegetation maintenance crews, and even people that we call damage assessors to assess the damage after the storm hit. So again, before the storm ever hit, we had put a call out for assistance, and we were able to get approximately 10,000 of those crews to come to Florida. They are actually already staged and ready to respond throughout both Central Florida and right here in actually Pinellas County. So we get them as close as we can, but we have to keep them far away enough so they're not in this storm path. Obviously, they're bucket trucks and some materials, and we just have to keep them far enough away so they are not, in fact, safe from the storm. With that said, those locations include Tropicana Field. We have about 700 trucks there, and the others are in the villages and in Polk County. It's called Ritchie Brothers. It's a business. So literally thousands of those trucks and crews are standing by. right now, because we are in fact facing these winds and the flooding conditions, we have to ask our crews to stand by. Our buckets cannot go up in the air until the winds subside below 35 miles per hour. And as you can imagine, probably the greatest threat from this particular hurricane is the flooding. And we cannot restore power if there is flooding in your home or basically interacting with the electricity. As you can imagine, electricity and water do not mix. So, in fact, as a safety precaution, we would ask that if you're in a flood zone or if you're in an area that's prone to flooding, go ahead and go into your breaker and proactively turn off your power. That's going to keep you safe and your property safe while you may be evacuated, or again, if you see that the water is rising. You definitely don't want to put yourself in that dangerous situation, and you want to protect your property so you don't have a risk of further damage to your electrical system or even potentially cause a fire.
Anna, I'd like to ask, how do you all, when it comes to turning back power on, so once it is safe for those crews and all those linemen who are ready to get into action and make sure that customers do have power again, how do you prioritize who goes first?
Sure. So what we consider, we work with our local community members, and what I mean by that are, emergency operations centers. And there are pre-identified critical care facilities. And some may be obvious, some may not. So the obvious ones are things like hospitals, 911 call centers, fire rescue. So any of those critical facilities that, again, I think are probably pretty obvious to why those are important. Some of the ones that may not be so obvious include things like your water. So any of your cities that are obviously providing water, to us and to everybody, right? You need your water. That's a critical facility. We need to get those water facilities back on. And that includes water treatment facilities, which most people know as just your sewer system, because, of course, we all need our facilities to get through these difficult times. So those are the first types of facilities that are, in fact, placed back into service. So if you live near one of those facilities, you will have the advantage of likely being one of our first customers that come back on. But after we get those critical facilities back on, we then move on to basically the outages that contain the largest cluster of customers that, may be out. And so we're looking for what we call devices or infrastructure that we can fix, that when we fix that, it may be, a substation, but they're larger infrastructure that when fixed will bring back the largest number of customers. So that's how we proceed with our power outages. But I think it's important to understand sometimes customers may be frustrated because they're looking for our trucks and they don't see the trucks immediately around their home. We also have an order of operation to how we restore power when it actually comes to the physical infrastructure that we need to fix first. And so if you're driving down a highway and you see power lines that look like they're literally, over 100 feet above, those are transmission lines. So those come straight out of our power plants, and those typically have to be fixed first. If those lines are down and we're trying to fix a transformer near your home, the power is not going to come on. So there's an operation or process that we have to go through to get that power back on, and that starts with transformers, then these substations, then the lines that are closer to your homes and these other devices, like I mentioned, the transformer. And if it's not done in that order or we try to do it backwards, the lights may not come back on. So I definitely want customers to understand that there is a method to how we are able to turn the power back on. So again, and I should say that obviously when it's safe to do so.
Yeah. Anna, you've done a really good job explaining how that process works. Just so people are realistic about this, and without holding you to a specific time frame here, what is the range you think people can expect their power to be turned on? Are we talking hours, days, a week? What do you think realistically, given the impact of this storm on our area, is a realistic time frame for some people to perhaps be waiting?
So it's, I know that's the $1 million question, and everybody always asks that. So let me give you two different perspectives. One is every single outage is different, and if it involves, and just to give you, two different instances, if all that is wrong with your particular power outage includes a fuse that literally takes moments to repair, if you have a broken pole, replacing a pole takes hours. But you also have to factor in what we just talked about. So it's really difficult to try to tell, somebody how long that is without knowing all the different variables that may be involved in a person's particular outage. So we highly encourage our customers to stay connected. One of the things that's really important during these times is to please go into your customer account, make sure we have your customer information. That means your phone number, your email, and then pick a way that you want us to talk to you, which means that we can proactively tell you what's happening so that you know for your specific home and address what that time frame is going to look like. So again, we text, we can email, we can even call you to keep you updated as we're going through this process that I described. And in the coming days, as again, once it's safe and we have a little bit better idea of the damage and assessment, we can also provide probably better answer that question that you're asking is, can we give a more generic answer to, hey, in general, what are you thinking about? But it's too soon for us to say right now, this second, as the storm's hitting.
I understand, yeah.
All right, Anna Gibbs from Duke Energy, thank you so much for your time. And of course, we are so appreciative of all of your employees who are going to be working countless hours in the coming days, potentially weeks, trying to make sure that that power comes back on.
It's an enormous job, and I think she did a terrific job of kind of explaining the process by which you, and how you prioritize. It's amazing.
And a big takeaway from that, and I actually looked this up before I left my house to come here, turning off your electricity at the breaker. Turn off the breaker because if you're in a flood zone especially, electricity and water, as she said, does not go hand in hand. So making sure that you turn that off, it will help them as well. And then of course they can't restore power until winds get down to less than 35 miles per hour. And then of course, as you talked about, the priorities.
Yeah, it's interesting.
All right.